Hi, welcome. Hello. Hello. Harry, welcome. If you can't hear anybody, you go by Harry, correct?
Mhm.
If you can't hear anybody, please chime in so we can all talk closer to our microphones.
Sure. Yeah. Hi,
I
Matt
noticed
Jordan.
that the
Yes. Liz, let me know if we can't quite hear you online. I'll lightly interject and make sure that we can.
Thank you very much. Okay, welcome all to the regular city council meeting of this city council of the city of San Juan Bautista, Tuesday, February 21st, 2023. It is 6:01. Councilman,
Babe, I'm going in my meeting. What?
can you please mute yourself? Thank you. Thank you, city manager. Councilmember Sabathia, can you please start us on the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Here.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Sabathia.
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. Councilmember Friels is excused. Public comments are will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker on items that are not on the agenda and are under the city's subject matter jurisdiction. This is when we ask the public if anybody wishes to address the council. During this public comment time, you will have 3 minutes to make a comment on anything that is not on the agenda. Harry, do we have anybody in Zoom land who wishes to make a public comment?
There are no raised hands, Matt Jordan.
Thank you very much. Deputy City Clerk, do we have anybody in chambers?
Excuse me, Mayor. Spoke too soon. James Pisano just raised his hand.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please unmute yourself.
Unmuted.
Ida, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. This is Iraida Pisano of 1 Awani Street, San Juan Bautista. One question that we had or would like to bring up is that as we see the streets and curbs of San Juan Bautista being refreshed, renewed, replaced, just wondered what is happening with the sidewalks in the Creek Bridge area via Vista that we had addressed a couple of weeks ago. And we also sent pictures, actually delivered pictures to city manager.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
No other raised hands, Matt Jordan.
Thank you. Do we have anybody in chambers wishing to make a public comment?
Yes, we do. We have 2. If you can please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. This is general public comment.
Excuse me.
Lois,
Sorry to
any up?
interrupt. On Zoom, we're not hearing the microphone. If you could please speak in to the microphone, that'd be much appreciated.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Nope, no worries. Thank you very much and welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I would like to address two events that are coming up next month as well as May. It's the craft and the rib cook-off. Although we appreciate these festivals, proper channels must be met. First of all, one of the issues that I'm concerned about is not enough porta potties. Last year, people, either they could not find them or there was not enough to carry for the amount of people that had come to the event. The next issue is the garbage receptacles. That too wasn't enough. And they were overflowing and there weren't people policing them to take the garbage away. And there were many, many paper dishes, ribs, whatever food people were eating, thrown in the bushes and left for the merchants to pick up after. And this went on for a couple of days. I'm sure that given this information, maybe this year things could be policed a little bit better, or maybe the merchants can be involved in some way. You can let us know what we can do on our part. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Francisco Diaz.
Welcome, Francisco. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good.
So I want to say good afternoon, City Council members and also residents of San Juan Bautista. My name is Francisco Diaz. I'm the County Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters, and also a resident of San Juan Bautista. And the reason I'm here today is to invite the City Council as well as the residents of San Juan Bautista to attend one of our 3 workshops that we'll be conducting. This is an elections workshop that is intended to obtain feedback from the registered voters about our administrative and logistics plans as we carry out elections. We particularly are interested in obtaining feedback from the residents of San Juan Bautista because you do have unique perspective on issues that relates to vote center locations, drop boxes, and most importantly, our best practices when it comes to vote by mail. So once again, I would like to extend an invitation for the residents of San Juan Bautista, City Council members as well, to attend one of our upcoming workshops. I do have a flyer that, with permission, I can leave here behind for any member that's interested in taking. In addition, one of the questions that might be in everyone's mind is, why are we starting this so early? Well, part of the reason is because we are required to provide the Secretary of State a outline of our administrative plan. This is a comprehensive 80-page report of how it is that we're going to carry our elections in San Benito County. Ultimately, this is our playbook, using a football analogy. So this is openly open to the public. You can review, inspect, and we actually highly encourage you to provide feedback, recommendation, and to review our practices. And if there's any suggestions of how we can do our job better and better serve the residents of San Juan Bautista, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further comments?
None at this time.
Thank you. Presentations, Central Coast Community Energy annual update. Jody Young, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. How's the volume?
You have to actually speak close to the microphone. And you have 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Young, and I am Senior Member Agency Account Manager for Central Coast Community Energy. On a personal note, I grew up in Morgan Hill, and I am a 4th-generation Californian. My great-grandparents homesteaded in the Central Coast in the 1880s before the first home was ever lit with electricity. And speaking of electricity, it is my honor to be here tonight to highlight Central Coast Community Energy's recent accomplishments, as well as our plans for 2023 and beyond. I will start with a brief introduction to community choice aggregation for anyone who is new to how the CCA model works and how it differs from the investor-owned utility model. Then I will highlight 3CE's history and role in your community. Once a community signs on to a CCA, the CCA takes over electricity procurement while the existing investor-owned utility continues to handle transmission, distribution, metering, and billing. CCAs are nonprofits and return revenue to their communities in the form of programs, incentives, and rebates, and can also assist with local job creation and renewable energy development. Our agency has seen tremendous expansion since we formed in 2017. We expanded from Monterey Bay to the entire Central Coast, and your community joined in 2018. Today, 3CE is made up of 34 member agencies throughout the 5 counties, serving nearly 450,000 customers and securing over $1 billion in renewable energy and storage agreements while returning $26 million to our communities. Over 94% of utility customers in our communities are enrolled with 3CE. And in the year 2022 alone, we delivered over 5,000 gigawatt hours of electricity throughout the region. Also in the last year and a half, we enrolled the community of Buellton, completed enrollment of unincorporated regions of Santa Barbara County, and welcomed the city of Atascadero as our newest community. There's a lot of news to report, and I'd like to focus it on the 4 major benefits promised to our communities when we formed in 2017. Let's start with local control. Community choice aggregation allows local government to have greater control over the type and cost of energy supplied to their communities to ensure energy sources and rates reflect the community's values and goals. With 3CE, decisions about where your power comes from and how you are charged for it are made by local elected officials. We are making progress on climate goals together as a region, and we are far ahead of both state and federal targets to decarbonize our energy supply. Here in the city of San Juan Bautista, you share board seats with the city of Hollister and are represented by City Manager Don Reynolds and Council Member John Freeman, who also serves on our Audit and Finance Committee. Our governing boards, in representing our communities, chose to focus on the 4 areas of reducing greenhouse gases, providing competitive rates, promoting electrification, and enhancing economic growth. So let's talk about rates. In March of 2022, we decoupled our rates from PG&Es and established our own rate-setting procedures based on cost of service, resulting in an average of about 18% savings for residential customers. Small and medium commercial customers saved between 2 and 19% during the year 2022, once we switched to COS, and we expect our competitiveness with the incumbent utility to continue. As you can see, we have worked to keep our service affordable for our communities. Now I will shift focus to our efforts to procure clean power. Today, we are at 50% clean and renewable and on track to be at 60% by the year 2025, which is 5 years earlier than the goal set by the state of California. Our strategy commits 3CE to meet 100% of its demand with clean and renewable resources by the year 2030, with balancing on a monthly basis, which is a full 15 years ahead of the goal set by the state of California. 3CE is also pursuing offshore wind generation and emerging technology in California. The auction for leases in federal waters off the Central Coast in December 2022 was an important step in bringing these resources online. In order to achieve these goals, 3CE's procurement team has prioritized long-term contracts that bring new clean resources online as quickly as possible. To date, 3CE has executed 19 long-term power purchase agreements and energy storage agreements. 5 of these projects came online in 2022 and add up to nearly 275 megawatts of generation and energy storage combined, or about 22% of our annual load. Meeting greenhouse gas reduction goals is also about electrification. As individuals, the biggest impact we can make to cut greenhouse gas emissions and improve air quality is to replace fossil fuel vehicles with EVs and replace the gas appliances in our homes. As 3CE works to clean the grid, electric cars and appliances will be emissions-free in their operation, and the electricity that powers them will be 100% clean and renewable. The final 3CE commitment I am reporting on tonight is the continued investment in your community and all of the communities in our service areas. Here's what we accomplished over the last year. on the screen. And looking more broadly over the past 3 years, 3CE has helped put more than 1,000 new and used electric vehicles on Central Coast roads by distributing more than $2 million in cash rebates paid directly to our customers. By electrifying our transportation sector, these EVs have spared more than 6,000 metric tons of regional CO2 emissions. Additionally, in collaboration with funding partners like the California Energy Commission, 3CE has delivered rebates that will help build more than 1,000 new electric vehicle charging stations for our region. We've also paid to make more than 2,000 new affordable housing units all electric, and that support continues. Residential customers within the city of San Juan Bautista are eligible for rebates up to $5,000 towards EVs and chargers and toward replacing certain gas-powered appliances. We also have programs aimed at helping our member agency partners advance electrification and stay up to date with building codes that advance electrification, and business-friendly programs designed to electrify new housing, including farm worker housing, to upgrade ag equipment, and to install DCFC level 3 chargers. With an eye to equity coupled with an awareness that many of these enhancements are out of reach for our underserved communities, we provide an additional $1,000 Electrify Your Ride and Electrify Your Home rebates for income qualified customers. In partnership with the state, 3CE has garnered one more. There you go. No, one more there. In partnership with the state, 3CE has garnered over $36,000 for City of San Juan Bautista. And if you are interested in learning more about these rebates and incentives, please visit our website for more information. With the continued support of the City of San Juan Bautista Council, staff, and community, along with the rest of our communities, 3CE will continue to deliver innovative solutions, impactful programs, and exemplary service along with clean and renewable energy. It has been my pleasure to appear before you tonight to highlight 3CE's accomplishments and give you an idea of what we are working on now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I have annual reports if anybody would like.
Oh, great. Thank you. If you can just give them to our deputy city clerk. Thank you. And I'm sure we'll be reaching out to you in the near future so that you can give a further presentation on technical assistance for the city and perhaps assist us in developing building and transportation electrification reach code that can be incorporated into what will come as a climate action plan.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you very
Yes,
much.
yes.
Thank you.
I'll just work with Dawn on that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and sorry, we have lots of questions,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sure.
Yes.
From council members. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. What I'd really like you to do is chat with Don right here, right now about replacing that thing right there.
Well, it works well.
It does.
It's natural gas.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of noise.
Yeah.
And it doesn't cool in the summer, and it gets very hot in here in the summer. And so a heat pump would do both at the very same time. And I know because I participated in the program 2 months ago and put a heat pump in my home, and they work great.
John, was that a heat pump water heater?
No.
It was HVAC.
Yeah, HVAC like that.
Yeah.
Not like that, but
I can certainly work with Dawn on what we can do to assist. At this time, this year, we have a heat pump water heater rebate program. I don't think we have one for HVAC, but I'll check.
okay, I think you do.
Okay, I will check.
In December.
Mhm. Okay, great. Other questions?
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I do have a question that might be a little selfish, but hopefully it'll answer some questions for other people. So my household doesn't have gas vehicles. We only have 2 electric vehicles. And we're on a rate program with PG&E with respect to, EV charging and things like that. The last I looked, they were still beating you guys on those rates. Is that still the case? And what can you do to kind of push over the hump people who want to charge at home. Because I know there's a lot, like you mentioned, there's a lot of electric vehicles in the county and in town, but that pocketbook situation isn't getting any easier with their
Right,
Rates.
are you with three CE or just all PG&E
all PG&E right now.
because of the rates?
Mhm.
You know, I'm glad you brought this up. It's not an area that I've been asked about before or know anything about, your specific rate class, so I will look into that and shall I reach out to you directly?
Sure, that's fine.
I'll be happy to look into that for you.
Thank you very much. Public comment. Harry, do we have anybody in Zoom land?
I see no raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment in chambers?
If anybody wishes to make a public comment, if you come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
I think, excuse me, Mayor, right after I said that, James Pisano raised his hand.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And I apologize, we're a little slower in raising our hands. But can the lady address, I just heard this, not sure if it's correct, that there's going to be a decrease in what PG&E is going to pay for the people that already have solar?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So if you are with three CE, our three CE board, our three CE, thank you. I hope you could hear that. If you are a three CE customer, our three CE boards will be deciding what the reimbursement rate will be. There was a new ruling last week or the week before from the state of California about NEM 3.0. We're not calling it that anymore. But PG&E sets their own rates, reimbursement rates, and we set ours. And our boards have not set our reimbursement rates for the period when NEM 3.0 is in effect yet.
Do you know when you will be setting those rates?
I do not have insight into that, and I'm not sure it's even been discussed yet.
Thank you.
It's not even, NEM 3.0 doesn't even go into effect until April 15th. And then it would be a year after that, or next period after that, where they would be in effect. So it's a little early to have that discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, 3B presentations. Robert Fulton to introduce Christopher Ranch annexation application. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Fulton. You have 10 minutes for your presentation, and I just want to, before you proceed, that this is just a presentation of, I guess it's an excerpt of what was given at the planning commissioners meeting.
That's a good way to describe it. Yeah.
Okay. And this is no way a presentation of the project itself.
Correct.
And just to let you know, this is atypical of a council to hear this in any jurisdiction, to come before the council with such a request or a presentation. So have at it. You have 10 minutes. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mayor, council members and staff. My name is Bob Fulton. I'm with the Christopher Ranch annexation application. And the reason I'm doing this, and it is a little unusual, is that I do believe the best way you create anything is you put as much information out as early as possible, get as much feedback as you can from everyone, take that and mold it into the neighborhood you want to do. And that's why I am here tonight. It's just to give you our overall vision of what we'd like to do after the property gets annexed. I had a meeting similar to this with the neighbors in Rancho Vista. And we did this at the Planning Commission meeting a couple of weeks ago. You know, the goal is to let you know, as you're going through creating your community plan, what we would like to have on our property and what our intent would be for it. So it's just information. We do not have any design concept or anything like that. That would require us completing all the studies we need to do, the hydrology, the biology, the geology, archaeology, all of those things that give you constraints is what you can do with the land. So we're nowhere near that, but I want everybody to know up front, hey, this is what we're thinking and this is what's coming. It's a vision, if you will. We know, and as you guys know, I've been to every one of these meetings for the last 9 months, sometimes the only one in the audience, but I come here to listen and hear what's going on, what would you like, and figure out how can we incorporate that into something we're going to create. So that's why I'm here. With that said, I've seen a number of things and heard a number of things that are important as the town is growing. And one is affordable housing. You need some, and there isn't any. And we have some ideas and thoughts on that. We know that there needs to be improved drainage at the back of Rancho Vista on the way through there. And our concept, obviously, we'd have to have wastewater engineers, storm drain engineers, hydrology done to figure out how do you handle that? How do you fix that? At all of the charrettes that I went to, I should say the shred I went to, and at all the tables that I went to, every one of them said, keep the hillside agricultural. And that's our intent. It's going to stay agricultural. Future housing, yes, on the residential and the flatland. So that's what I had seen. That's what we're incorporating. As you know, Lavanino Drive now ends right at Christopher Ranch House, but it was intended to go all the way through with the bike lane and the pedestrian lanes and car lanes. So with that in mind.
Excuse me, Mayor, permission to speak. This is Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Can this wait till after the presentation?
No, I think it needs to be pointed out and reminded to the presenter, Mr. Fulton, that you are going into the weeds with specifics about your vision, which is really specific. And I believe this is not the process for that at this time, at this juncture. I appreciate you coming here and being transparent about your desire to annex your property. But I think you're kind of meddling into the specifics of the project, and there is a process. So I have to bring that up at this time. That perhaps you can stick to the fact that you do want to annex. We still have yet to formalize our SOI, which is the process. Also,
Correct.
you have to be permitted to go further with the annexation to LAFCO. So I think you are maybe discussing things with our community. And also, if I can ask our city attorney, when you are bringing up drainage and hillside effects and whatnot, the specifics, that has to have a response and an opportunity for a public to respond. Is that correct, Mr. Rathie?
Well, I think it would depend on the context. That's not the prime purpose that I defined from his remarks. He was just mentioning about different things that needed attention. I don't think we could hold him to the level of specifics that you might be asserting he should be required to. He's essentially discussing his project, his vision, and there might be some things in there that certainly there will be things in there that we'll want to look more closely at and have more information on. But as I see this just as an introduction, an informational presentation, so I don't know that he's restricted to certain levels, and I wouldn't even know how to impose those levels on him at this point.
I'm a stickler for specifics and basics, and how this agenda item is listed for us is a presentation to introduce annexation application. So going further into other future visions for this project, when there isn't even it's not even a conceptual project. It sounds like it's at the talking stage. It's not in line with what's on our agenda tonight, sir. Thank you.
Well, to be a little more
Yeah,
general.
I
for
think
you.
Mr. Fulton heard the comment, and I'm sure you can tailor your remarks to Ms. Morris Lopez.
Yeah, I'll do as best as I know how.
Thank you.
And the generality is that the property is about 65 acres, 64 in that area. Roughly what we will have is about, or asking for in the zoning, in the application with the pre-zoning, would be to do the R1 residential. And I thought we had a map that was coming up tonight, but, oh, thanks, Don. When you see the map, you'll see the yellow portion would be what is proposed to be the residential portion of it, and the green portion is what would retain the agricultural status on the application. So our application is for annexation, and along with that, I believe there's pre-zoning and general plan amendment. I think they're all together. There we go.
Mhm.
Yeah, if you can push it up a little bit, there you go. Now you can see the acreage a little bit better on it. So that is the overall concept on what we're looking for on the residential side of it. We know that there will be a affordable housing requirement within it. And I would like to, if it's okay with you guys, and I'll ask that first, is I have a group that I've talked to about doing affordable housing. I think they have an incredible model. And I do have a representative of them here tonight. If you don't like to hear from him for a moment, he has a phenomenal project, I think, that they're doing over in Hollister. Yeah. Up to you whether you'd like me to go forward with him or not.
Thank you. That doesn't pertain to the annexation itself, correct? Okay, yeah, no.
Excuse me, just, I'm trying to make sure, is there a map that's being showed on a screen?
Yes, I'd like
Is it-
to, this is Brian, I'd like to put up a map so that people in Zoom can see it. So if you allow me to share my screen, I can do that.
Thank you.
Now, if you look at the application itself, it also includes the county road, which is Larios Drive, because LAFCO is going to require that be annexed also.
I'm sorry, sir, we don't have.
We don't have the application.
Oh,
We're
okay.
missing that document
That was
because
more-
that is the subject of this. The letter, there's no application.
Okay,
So all we put in the packet was the letter. We don't have the application in the packet.
well, I understand. Thank you. This is obviously just an informal introduction.
We do have the letter attached to the application for annexation. If
Thank you.
I need to be able to share my screen to be able to put that up.
Hi, Brian. Try sharing your screen now. I think I fixed the setting.
Oh, I see. Another participant is sharing his screen. Okay. So it's there. Okay, so I'm going to start to share my screen now.
Okay.
Can you see this?
No, we cannot.
Not yet, Brian.
Okay, all right. Okay, this is the letter submitted with the application for annexation.
Okay, it's looks like it's loading, at least on my end. But it's not appeared yet.
Oh, it says my screen is loading.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's just being a little slow. If we can give it a few seconds, it should load.
So while this is waiting to be loaded, this is not something that the council will have that will come before the council at this time. First, it will go through the building and planning process, the planning commission and the historic resources board. And the Sphere of Influence and Urban Growth Boundary Committee still has yet to meet. Am I correct in that?
That is correct.
In furthering our lines. So I think this is, I appreciate you coming before us. But I think this is a little premature in coming before the council. And having said that, to know that there actually is an annexation process coming forward. You have submitted an application already?
We have started an application.
Okay. So I'm not really sure where we proceed from now. And I appreciate you bringing folks in to have a conversation about affordable housing. And something that we will actually really want to delve into at some point. RENA numbers and affordable housing and building codes and all of those things. Yeah. I appreciate that you're bringing this to our attention. And I'm not sure where to go as a council after this, because we can't make any decisions on this. Unless a council member has any question on annexation and annexation only. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions at this time.
Thank you, Council Member Lopez. Morris Lopez.
No further comments other than what I've already stated. I just feel thank you for coming forward. It's good that the community does know about this, but I really think it was placed on our agenda under a wrong heading. And it really needed to follow the procedural aspect of it and also respect for the community. If we are going to talk about specifics, once you get to that stage in the process, then you have to have public hearings and input.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Council Member Spathia.
I do have a few questions.
Go ahead.
So I appreciate all the information that's coming forward. The longer I have information, the longer I can research. And that's really what I'm doing right now, trying to be a sponge and research things. A couple things that you said came up and struck me. You have the 60-40 split in your letter about ag versus single family homes. And then you made a statement about, your intent and what things can be done. I am still in the process of learning about the annexation process in and of itself. I am curious what details you guys are willing to kind of not state as intent, but actually tie to the annexation process at this point. Like, will there be discussions about these percentages, where single family homes are, where affordable housing is, what that line is, and how much of that can or are you willing to tie to the annexation process?
I'll give you my quick answer and then Brian will probably chip in, I would imagine. But at this time, you can't do any specifics because as I mentioned, you don't have the hydrology reports, geologists know, hey, where can you put the roads? Where do you put the detention? And, as far as where you put the affordable portion of it, that's one of the things that I bring when we bring in a map as we try to do these things to get the input as to where you guys also think it should be. So I wish I could give you some very specifics, but at the moment, as Commissioner Morris Lopez said, or Councilman, I don't have those yet. We don't have that information. We have concepts, and I will ask, is there a point in the meeting that we could be put on that I could just give a overall general conceptual plan? Is there a point in the council agenda that would be appropriate in the future?
Perhaps in the future.
Yeah.
This is super early in the process. My understanding that we're at the very, very beginning stages of this, and something that should go before the Planning Commission before it even comes to the council.
Yes, it obviously go to both.
Mhm.
Yeah. And we are very early in the process, and frankly, we are not in a real rush. We're waiting to see what happens on the community plan, but we believe we are within all the desires that I've heard of it. So that's where I'm coming from.
Brian, if I may, has the annexation letter gone to the Planning Commission first already? Have they seen it?
No, the application is being held. This is a general plan level application. And we are processing it, or will process it, I suppose. It's now sitting on my desk, not being moved.
Okay,
But we are intending to fold the application along with any other annexation requests into the community plan program so that we can evaluate all the annexations in the context of what's good for the entire community. And, determined by the planning commission, recommended by the planning commission and determined by the city council. So I would look forward to this particular concept coming before the city in the context of the community plan.
thank you. City manager, when is the next meeting for the sphere of influence UGB? We still have to choose an member at large, correct?
Correct. We have a member at large to choose, but we could put that together soon thereafter.
Okay,
And also, I just wanted to mention that this matter did come before the planning commission in this informal format on the 7th of February, right? Okay.
thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Sabathia?
That was it.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. If you have any
Thank you.
questions, feel free to reach out.
Thank you. I appreciate
guys.
that. Thank you.
Mayor, did you want to take public comment on this item?
Attorney Rathi, should we be taking, Bob, can you hang on 1 second, please? Should we be taking public comment on this?
Yes,
or not?
any item on the agenda is eligible for public comment, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to defer to the attorney. Thank you. Do we have any public comment from Zoom?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment from chambers?
Seeing none.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Have a great night. Thank you. Consent items. All matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion authorizing actions indicated for those items so designated. Are there any council members who wish to pull an item on the consent agenda? Mayor Pro Tem?
Not at this time. I'm good with it.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
None.
Thank you. I wish to pull 4D, approving the minutes of the January 17th, 2023.
Mayor, there's a revised version of the minutes on the dais for the corrections we discussed earlier today.
Okay. Do we have anyone from Zoom or chambers that wish to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Madam Mayor, I would like to poll, I'll say for a roll call vote, separate roll call vote only, item F, which is the adoption of an ordinance. That should be separate. And I would mention on the item that you pulled, the minutes of the January 17th meeting, I believe I was there as well. Good at me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No raised hands in Zoom, Mayor.
And none in chambers.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve agenda item A, B, C, E, and G?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman and seconded by Councilmember Sabathia to approve consent agenda items A, B, C, E, and G. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Consent agenda item D, approved minutes of January 17th, 2023. Please let the record show that Attorney Rafi was present. And on page 2, and we do have them on the dais. A motion to approve the affidavit of posting was misstated, and we have a record of that on the dais, that they have been changed. May I have a motion to approve the minutes as stated, with the corrections?
So moved with the corrections.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. With a motion from Councilmember Morris Lopez and a second from Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Consent agenda F, second reading, adopt an ordinance to amend sections 2-1-105 and 2-2-115B of the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to vest authority in the city manager to appoint a city clerk. Attorney Rafi.
Yeah, this ordinance was before you at your January 24th meeting. And this would change the method of appointing the city clerk. At the November 8th, 2022 election, the voters approved making that office appointive rather than elective. At that time, then the power to make the appointment was vested in the city council. The city clerk who was serving at the time was an appointed, no, I'm thinking wrong. There was nobody in the office of city clerk at that time, but thinking of the treasurer's office. So at this point, this ordinance would revise the municipal code and vest the power to appoint the city clerk in and make the city clerk position subject to the authority of the city manager. So the city clerk would become essentially a regular employee of the city manager. Now, there would have to be subsequent actions taken. I don't believe anybody's under consideration at this time for city clerk. There would have to be a salary schedule, and there would have to be some other things that would come back to the council. But approving this ordinance tonight would just make that appointment subject to the city manager and not by the council.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I have no questions. I'm good with it.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I just have a comment under discussion. It talks about in the second paragraph of page 2, way down at the bottom, and I'm just wondering why this was listed. Therefore, the power to appoint the city clerk is now vested in the city council. Appointed officers are not required to be either residents or electors of the city government code section 36510. So I'm a little confused, because if we are here agreeing to allow the city manager as the CEO of the city to hire and supervise the clerk, that is stating that we as a city council are still supervising this position or not. And as far as the residency, I believe that had to do with if they were being elected, correct? They have to be a city resident.
Correct.
Now they no longer
Right.
do.
When the section said, therefore, the power to appoint the city clerk is now vested in council, it means at this moment,
Okay.
it is vested in you. By taking this action tonight, you would vest it in Don.
I thought that the voters voted that they wanted you to appoint or hire the city clerk. I thought that it was on the election. And
It,
we
it,
voted.
it was to make the office appointed rather than elective. But
Okay.
by the election, they then made it appointed by the council, but by ordinance, the council can make it appointed by the city manager.
Okay.
Okay, and right, the person that would be appointed to the office would not have to be, as would have an elected city clerk have to be a resident elector in the city. That,
Right.
that goes away, and that was probably one of the reasons for it, because it gives you a broader pool to draw from.
Qualified individuals. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Just one clerical on page 2 at the very top. The last elected city clerk, Ms. Shauna Friels, line 2, it said general municipal election and Mr. Friels resigned. If he did not, should be sitting right there. If we could just change that to reflect Ms.
Certainly, and that is a distinction with a difference.
Yes, very much so. Thank you. Okay, public comment. Sorry. Did I not- I apologize. Councilmember Sabathia.
Nothing.
Thank you. Comment from public from Zoom.
No raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. Comment from chambers.
Seeing none,
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve 4F on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a
I'll
second?
second it.
Thank you. With a motion from Council Member Sabathia and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes,
motion carried.
thank you. Informational items and reports, city council and staff announcements. This is an opportunity for council and staff to share the community calendar and announce upcoming dates of interest to the public. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
I really don't have any things that are coming up briefly, but I do have a couple of comments. I do urge and encourage, I guess is the better word, all residents of San Juan Bautista to take full opportunity to use the 3CE rebate on things. Like what you also failed to mention is they can also pay for panel upgrades. If you have an older home and you wish to purchase an EV or something, you may or may not need a panel upgrade. That will be a decision made by an electrician. And 3CE is going to pay for that, as well as the charger and as well as an incentive on the car itself. So those are, and they also do incentives on home HVAC systems. I know that personally. And they will also help the city modernize and electrify their fleet and electrify the noisy gas thing up there.
That's the technical term.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I have some more.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to take this time to ask that we put on the agenda or the study a couple of situations that have come up. As you may or may not know, we have a franchise ban in this city, and that's why you don't see a McDonald's on the corner and things like that. But that also poses many problems to the community. There are no banks that are not franchises, for example, and every community needs a bank, in my opinion. There's no pharmacies that are franchised, okay? And hotels are very tough. Okay, we have 2 hotels that are obviously privately owned. And this is why I brought this up, because house was allegedly for sale. We never really know That hotel once before Frank owned it was horrible. It was really bad. It was privately owned, it was non-franchised, and you wouldn't ever want to stay in it. Bed bugs, rats, rodents, everything, you know?
You.
And so sometimes franchises do a better job. And we need to consider allowing a franchise to purchase or develop a hotel. If we want to be a tourism city, if we want to be a city of history and share our history, we need to let the people stay overnight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
First, I support John's request to revisit and look at that franchise ban with a very, I would say a narrow focus, specifically on the items that he has mentioned. I think that could be, there's some opportunity there for us to fill some holes, as long as it's narrowly focused and we don't end up with some golden arches or what were they in McDowell's and something else. And then the only other thing I wanted to announce is there will be an indoor flea market being put on March 18th at 507 3rd Street. So there'll be more information about that posted online, but awesome to have more events in town.
Date one more time, please.
March 18th, 11 to 5 p.m. at 507 3rd.
Thank you. A couple of requests. The seniors group is asking for volunteers. If you would like to volunteer to work with the seniors, and former Mayor Mary Edge, reach out to her. And the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival is looking for volunteers. That film festival begins on April 12th and goes through the 19th. And it is held at, movies will be screened at the Barnett Mission Farm, right off of Mission Vineyard Road. It's an amazing venue. It was held there last year. And we saw some pretty great films come out of it. Also at the Granada, the Morgan Hill Playhouse, and the District Theater in Gilroy. Again, the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival, April 12th through the 19th. I think films are being screened here on the 16th. Go online. Thank you very much. Anything from our city manager?
Just a heads up, it's on our agenda tonight. Rotary is sponsoring its first local run in June. And as a runner and a Rotarian, I just want to give them a pitch. So.
Nice, thank you. We'll look forward to seeing that later on in the agenda. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. The Integrated Waste Management did not meet this month. It only meets quarterly, so I think it will be March. AMBAG met 2 weeks ago, and we went over our what's called annual comprehensive financial report. This organization is in the black by several $1 million, and it's doing well. It's not in any financial stress. I mean, the audit with this AFAR thing is basically an audit, showed that all the proper controls are in place and working well. Next up on the agenda that night was the 101 business plan. This is a Caltrans run business plan, and it runs from the edge of San Benito County, which is up just short of the bridge as you're going north past Beta Bell, down all the way down to Ventura County line, including Ventura. Because that's the, what do you call it? District 4 for Caltrans. It's all in this one district. So Caltrans is running a program to help spiff up the businesses. It's a freight corridor. It's a heavy traffic, personal car or travel corridor, and they're trying to develop some more businesses to make it a better experience. And then we talked about regional early action planning grants, which is called REAP 2.0, and they'll be facilitated by AMBAG. They'll come out next year, 2024, and they'll help us facilitate the housing element that we need to accomplish this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I have nothing to report as I have not been assigned formally to any committees at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Yeah, nothing.
Thank you. Water Resources Association met. They meet every other month or quarterly as needed. We went over budgets and the fire district, fire protection advisory committee meeting. They're looking at grant monies to form the district, doing a feasibility study. The grant, we were supposed to hear last week or the beginning of this week. Did we hear anything from them?
Yes, I thought I heard at the meeting, and you were able to attend? You were there?
I was there.
I was the one that was late to that meeting. Sorry, Mary. That they had received the grant, and I shared a copy of the grant with the city council. And it provides staffing and money to, but what they were gonna do is decide who's gonna take the lead. Ray Espinoza.
The county is.
And they were gonna inform us as to who was gonna take the lead, but the grant was written by and awarded to the county Office of Emergency Services. So Chris Mangano, the director, will be taking.
Thank you very much. We also had an intergovernmental discussion for this. This was a special meeting and discussed Hazel Hawkins Hospital and what they are calling a runway to stay open. And unless they have funding or a partner, doors will be closed by April. And there is a whole plethora of information associated with that. There are also several non-disclosure agreements. So there are things that they cannot talk about at this time. So nothing really to report except they have pushed out their closing until April. That's all I have. Treasurer's report and monthly financial statements. Do we have Wendy?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Oh, there you are. Hi,
Welcome.
welcome.
Thank you very much. You have in your pack the treasurer's report as at December 31st, representing 6 months of the city's fiscal year. Highlights on the report. General fund revenues are running at 49% for the year to date. We did receive a sizable payment for our property taxes of about $330,000, which is higher than anticipated. So we're doing quite well there. Correspondingly, our general fund expenditures are at 37% for the year to date. And the net effect is a positive change in general fund balance of $432,000. Water enterprise funds, revenues and expenses are running at 51% for the year to date, providing a positive change in the fund balance of $212,000. Sewer enterprise fund is running at 64% for the year to date in its revenues, and the expenses are at 53%, providing a positive change in the sewer enterprise fund of $274,000. And we'll be diving in a bit deeper down the agenda on the mid-year budget for a little bit deeper analysis. Hello? Screen's frozen. Harrison, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Wendy. It looks like the city council chambers just left the meeting.
They don't want to talk about the numbers? It's
Yeah,
a blustery day out.
okay. See, we'll give it a few minutes and they'll rejoin.
Did I freeze?
No, you're not frozen. I noticed that Brian Poop dropped off as well. It like he was at his office. So if
No,
they
trees,
both,
trees are coming down.
yeah, if they're both at the
Yeah, I
city
see
hall and they both
Charlie and
happen to drop off.
Tony.
This is Charlie. I'm still on. Is everyone else gone?
Staff, I know staff was working.
This is Tony. I'm still on. Nothing, no
The-
effect
the-
here.
Yeah, the chambers are down, it looks like.
Do they know they're down? I wonder.
Does anyone have Liz's cell phone? Maybe texting her or calling her just so that she knows.
I can get a hold of Dawn. You know, when we get a hold of Dawn.
Yeah, that.
Okay,
Oh,
I'll be
yeah.
right back. I'll be right back. I just sent Dawn a text.
Sorry, say that again, Wendy.
I just sent Dawn a text.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I texted the mayor too. They said they're working on it right now.
Okay,
So
Great.
they know it's down. They're trying to get it back up.
Okay.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Just got a text from Liz that they lost internet connection.
Harrison, I'm going to take this opportunity to take 5, just in case you ask for me while I'm gone. But hopefully we'll get this resolved. Thanks.
Sorry, Tony, could you repeat that?
Oh, I just said I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, real quick, and I'll be back
Got
just in case you call me.
Okay, we'll do. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our apologies. Our internet went down. Thank you to Jose Aranda for his assistance. We appreciate you in more ways than one. Thank you. Wendy, sorry. Go ahead, carry on.
Should I start? I'm not certain where I lost you. Did you hear any of my report?
Yes, we got up to
Net effect.
we just passed the general fund. We're on water enterprise fund.
Okay, great. So the water enterprise fund revenues are running at 51%. So are the expenses for the water fund, providing a positive change in the enterprise fund's balance of $212,000. Sewer enterprise fund revenues are at 64% for the year to date, and expenses are at 53%, providing a positive change in the sewer enterprise enterprise fund balance of $274,000. Where I left you, we are providing you the mid-year budget analysis. We'll be digging in a little deeper on the variances through December 31st. So that is the end of my report for now. You're frozen again. Hi, Harrison.
Lost again.
I guess we should just wait.
Yeah, I'll text Liz. Wendy, could you text, did you say it was Dawn in the room? Maybe just make sure more people know. I'm sure they do and they're working on it, but I haven't heard anything yet. Everyone in the public, thank you for your patience while this gets fixed.
Okay, we're gonna cut the video in.
Mayor Jordan, if you're speaking right now, your video and audio are frozen, at least on my end.
Mine as well.
Mayor, I see your video feed turned off, but we still cannot hear anyone.
Sorry, we're not talking at the moment. Can we not do Facebook Live and post it at another time?
So the Zoom meetings are all recorded, so that'll be posted, it always is, after the meeting, right?
I'd hate to cut anybody off, but our bandwidth is very low and we keep losing all of y'all. So I'm sorry, Wendy, Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Okay, sewer enterprise fund, revenue is 64% for the year to date, expenses at 53% for the year to date. And overall fund change in fund balance is positive 274,000. We have more information for you on the mid-year reports when we look at the mid-year budget down the agenda.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No, sounds good to me. Either hear that we're ahead of last year, that makes me happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris.
Councilmember Morris Lopez, if you're speaking right now, can't hear you over Zoom. Okay. I'll let Liz know we lost them again. Hello, Mayor Jordan. See you.
Hi,
Joined
sorry,
again.
we're still not showing a video yet. I'm not sure that we're going to.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you. Yes, we have disconnected from Facebook because of bandwidth issues. This will be posted at some point after the meeting. We apologize for any inconvenience. Wendy.
Yes.
I think I think you got everything in just at the nick of time. I had a question on Granicus. Have we received any grants lately? Are they working on anything that you're aware of at this time?
Our grant writer is California Consulting.
Oh, Granicus is
They're helping us with compliance with ADUs.
ADUs, short-term
We
rentals.
just reviewed 23 different grants, and I have that summary in my management report, so I can go through that for you. At the same time, I present the manager's report.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom on the treasurer's report?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from chambers?
No public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. City managers report.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry for this. Phone driving tonight. All right. Real quick, the sheriff and fire department were both invited to tonight's meeting, and Charlie Bedoya is online. Charlie, do you have anything from the fire department for an update for this month? I don't know if the chief delegated to you or not. I know he's busy tonight.
Sorry, Don, I was trying to go both meetings, the city hallsters and this one. So he did talk about the good evening, city council, and Don, thank you for tonight. The only thing we do have is we're in the process of 6 people getting backgrounded right now for 6 firefighter positions that they went through the oral boards, and he did mention the fire committee meeting, and you guys did touch on that, and that's all we have for right now. He's trying to do an annual review, and he'll get that to everyone as soon as we get that completed.
Okay, and thank you, Charlie. That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate your pinch hitting.
Okay, thank you. I'll still be around if you have any questions.
Sure, because we're going to cover the fire code update. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I hope you are.
Oh, I am. I've been waiting for that for a while. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, Charlie.
Okay.
And then members of the public and mayor and city council, just wanted to give a quick update on the emergency services flood damage update. We do have a FEMA training to attend so we can log into the portal. We have between $80,000 and $100,000 of losses incurred as a result of the flooding. And we do have an active claim with FEMA. So that's due March 15th. So we'll keep you updated as we move forward with that. We've had some road damage, as we know. We had some issues at the wastewater treatment plant. So we're seeking reimbursement for all of those FEMA related costs. City council chambers. we're improving the sound. We are planning to lower the cameras so that we see less bald spots like mine on the cameras. And we're working with CMAP, and they're doing a great job now to localize the cameras in the Zoom. So we appreciate that. We had the parklets on the last agenda in January, and there was no direction received per se on the future coming forward. We had proposed that maybe they be reorganized effective with the end of the state of emergency. The COVID state of emergency is the state is going to end their state of emergency at the end of February. So with no action taken, we don't have it on tonight's agenda. We're happy to bring that back at a future agenda when the time is right. Most recently, we've had some in-depth conversations with the Amamutsan tribe in particular, and the American tribes in our area, Native American tribes. Chair Lopez has explained to us some of the sensitivities of the areas surrounding the city as well as within the city. He's provided some project plans for example, the 4th Street sewer line when it was installed, just indicating how sensitive our community is to the Native American cultural concerns. So we come away with a better understanding. And for one thing, we know that Chair Lopez had dreams one day of having a learning center here in the city. So we're tightening up those relationships and doing a good job of that. Special events coming soon, as mentioned, the Arts and Crafts Fair and the Rib Cook-Off. We have a mandala scheduled in May and the Rotary Run in June. Special council training workshop March 7th. Is this correct? Is Norma Alley going to provide training for the city council?
And the planning commission.
Would be a joint meeting on the 7th, March 7th?
Not a meeting, a workshop.
Workshop?
Mhm.
Okay, thanks. I didn't want to announce that because I wasn't sure. Okay, good. Liz, we got that on our calendar. All right, thank you. And then we have a planning commission training in March with the League of California Cities. So they'll be heading out for that. Bob provided a very thorough description of the Brown Act at the last planning commission. They'll get to learn about conflict of interest and many things. Grant writing, 10 days ago, we reviewed 23 different grant opportunities. Unfortunately, some have expired. 2 are parks related. One I hope to use for the lights at Abbey Park, the ball field lights. And several are public safety related. And I've had a difficult time meeting with the sheriff. Before the new year, I was able to meet with them on a monthly basis, and I'm just having a hard time meeting with them. Right now, we're getting ready to meet to talk about their contract, so I don't know if they're I don't know exactly what's going on. I haven't heard from them recently. Strategic planning process with City Gate. The contract has been executed. We'll begin our research and survey, a community survey by the end of Friday the 24th. Supporting the city to renegotiate the sheriff contract and review the proposed fire district formation. They're also going to look, as requested by the city council, of the city clerk admin services director job description, and perhaps the library and recreation, which we'll touch on later in the budget report. Pavement management plan, it comes up every day. I had 2 calls about the street improvements today, and we're relying on Jerry Sanguinetti, our deputy city engineer. He's been great working with the public, answering a lot of questions. I just wanted to review, this is also the topic of my Mission Village Voice article that I submitted today. The pavement management plan is a strategy that the city council approved, where we ranked our streets as far as their physical well-being. And we have 9.85 centerline miles of streets in our city. And the goal is to improve the city's pavement index, which is now rated at 62%, which is fair. And it, by the way, is better than most cities. My last job, the PCI was 41%, and they had 300 miles of centerline streets to improve. It's important to realize when we're working on our street improvements and using this strategy that we're not using general fund money. We rely a lot on Measure G, the transportation tax, and state and federal funds. But it takes a while because we're getting a pro rata share of 60,000 people. So it takes about 3 years to put together a good amount of more than $1 million to do these projects cost effectively. So right now we're spending approximately $1.4 million on 13 streets, which is 1.28 centerline miles, and 900,000 of that is from Measure G. In FY 25-26, another batch of priorities will be addressed from an updated pavement management plan, and we'll go to work on another dozen streets or so. Understand that during the winter, we're working on concrete, and we'll try to get the concrete and the sidewalks and the curbs poured now. It has to be in place before we return with the asphalt. The asphalt has to have warmer weather to be used. And when we're done, we'll bring that up to 67.5 PCI, and hope to improve that even further. We have consulted arborists for tree work at Rudy Park and also on Church Street, and we will be landscaping 3rd Street. So that's in response to some of the comments we've had recently about the pavement management plan and the street improvements. On the wastewater, the environmental work was completed. We received our last state fish and wildlife permit last week, which is approximately a month ahead of schedule. So now we can move forward to buy these mitigation credits that we talked about to mitigate the impacts that are unavoidable when we stop putting our effluent water into the creek, and the creek will be dry during this. So we have to compensate the impact to the environment by buying mitigation credits, and we'll bring that forward at the next council meeting as soon as possible, really. But what we're trying to do right now is meet the 53 steps outlined by the USDA. So the USDA is provided a $10 million low interest loan and a $4 million grant for our project. We have to jump through these steps before we can begin to bid the project. And the project was scheduled to be bid on Valentine's Day, and of course we've had to ask for a 30 to 60 day postponement for that. Pardon me. Because it's taken a while to get all of the draft agreements approved by the USDA in the bid process and bid packing. Once they have approved the draft agreements, including agreements with the industrial users, the 3 big industrial users outside, then we'll be able to go out to bid and get our project rolling. So it's a small delay, but it's significant to me anyway, to the city, because it impacts all of our schedules. So the EPA schedule, our settlement agreement schedule, and the USDA schedule all had to be updated last week as a result of this delay of not being able to bid by the 14th of February. So we added the USDA milestones and requested the 60-day extension, and we're ready. And we're also going out to bid for construction management. So this project is coming together rapidly. I hope to see it break ground in March, and then back to the council with award of contract soon. On the water program with the district, we have draft agreements that have been shared twice now with the district. One will be sent off in the morning. I did get it off today for the pipeline, the 6-mile pipeline to import surface water from the district. The second is for the purchase of water or buy-in agreement, and that is still in draft form. We received the status and update of the project. They have a new director, a new general manager who's taken over, and he's now looking at 3 possible different routes to the city. And he prefers, he thinks the least expensive will be using the relinquished Highway 156. But we're coordinating with Caltrans because that may not be the fastest nor meet our schedule with the EPA. So originally this blue line indicated the pipeline coming across the bottom of the foothills, but crossing many private properties, and they were struggling to get easements to run this blue pipeline across over here to Mission Vineyard Road and then over to our well 6. So what they're looking at now is a path where they have secured all the right of way because it's existing streets. But the relinquishment of Highway 156 from Caltrans to the county is not scheduled to occur until 18 months from now at the soonest. They have a third plan to come up here. This is where our pipeline is going to run along Freitas Road and then down and across. So they're still evaluating that. And hopefully, as they get draft agreements with us, they'll feel comfortable moving forward again with their project. So we're working on that. It's like pushing a rope, as they say. Moving along, I wanted to, on a brighter note, I wanted to thank the city council for allowing me to attend the city managers, Leading California Cities City Managers Conference in Carlsbad. We had a really interesting discussion about the First Amendment and its role in the public meetings and decorum. It's really important that we afford the public the ability to say what they have to say with their 3 minutes limits, but really we cannot close down a meeting unless it's being disrupted. So it's a call that the city attorney and mayor will have to make. A lot of cities have disrupted meetings and they simply shut them down, and that's not the best way. So as I get more information about this and our meeting decorum, we have the decorum here on the wall. We'll see how we can improve that. And the use of social media is also important to realize that you have First Amendment rights as a citizen to use social media, but once you're elected or appointed to the city council or planning commission, the role of social media then becomes the city's. You're representing the city on your own social media. So making that distinction is really important. There's something the league has been watching closely regarding local control, and the ballot has been approved recently within the last 10 days to be on the ballot to it would greatly limit local government's ability to raise its own taxes. And would even go back to 2022 to make sure that the method that a city used to raise a sales tax, for example, the 1 cent sales tax, Measure G, that the process was followed per these new properties. And the league finds that this will be very, very detrimental to local government and limit their ability to raise their own funds for their own projects. So we want to keep an eye on that local control measure, and I'll bring information forward as the league releases it to us. At our city managers meeting last Friday, they thought that they would have information later this summer as the election in November starts to heat up. So I just wanted to give you the warning and a heads up on that. We talked a lot about public information strategies, a city using a bi-monthly newsletter and different ways that the city managers can stay in touch with the community, and I'm working on that every day. We had an economic update during lunch on the last day, and they talked about the recession in the form of a soft landing. Although we've heard of a number of high-tech jobs being cut by some of our biggest industries to the north of us, the economists' argument was they had added so many positions that they're just balancing out and didn't see that as a big threat. So it was interesting to hear that neither economist from Sacramento, the governor's office, or from the state had any real concerns about a recession. And we seem to be heading towards a soft landing. So, economics is debatable, so I'm just reporting what I heard at the lead meeting, and that's the way it came out. We have the Leadership Summit in Sacramento. I don't know that the council's ever attended that. The chance to meet with our representatives. It's April 12th through 14. I don't know if any of the council is interested in that. We talked about economic development for small cities, business retention, having an economic strategy being more important than perhaps having a general plan economic development element. So working on that strategy is something that Brian Fouch and our EDCAC is working on now. So that was good to test that. And the CAPIO is the Public Information Officer item. I'm sorry I repeated that on the slide. And that's it for my city manager's report.
Thank you. Questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you for the great report. I'm interested in both the local control because 5 years ago, from what I understand, from what I've read from the League of Cities on their website and things like that, it's 5 years ago or 6 years ago. A while back. Anyway, we had a tax initiative put to the voters on the subject of cannabis, and it did pass by 69% to 31%. So this town does want more taxes, but they prefer it to come from businesses that themselves. That hasn't really worked out yet, but at least we have it available. Thank you. That's really all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dawn, City Manager. I had a couple of questions in regards to your slide with the pavement management plan street improvements. You said that you've been receiving several phone calls daily. Is that what I heard? I'm assuming from citizens regarding the work being done. Is that correct?
Yes.
What kind of questions or concerns do they have?
Today's concern was, I live on a certain street and you come by and patch my potholes for me, and I'm hoping that this big project will address those potholes. And so Jerry has the plans in front of him and he's been calling people like that back. I've had concerns where people thought all we were doing was concrete. Aren't you fixing the asphalt in the street? So I wanted to make that point that we do the asphalt first, but we do intend on covering the streets. I got some text messages on that subject today where the resident was speaking directly with the contractor, so I'll have to follow up on that question. I haven't had a chance to do that today. I had a very angry resident Friday leave a message for me. It's he was not parking in the street and they weren't working on the street, but the sign said no parking until March. And I know the feeling because it's right outside my door and I'm parking in front of the Mission, so I know that's a frustrating thing. And then also that the contractor's equipment was blocking her gate or her access to the street, and didn't think that was fair either. So I know Jerry followed up with her today. I had called and acknowledged her concerns, and that this deputy city engineer would get back to them. So that's the type of questions I'm getting from the community. And it occurs to me that the community hasn't experienced a street improvement project of this scale in a long time. And so this is new to a lot of people. And so we're being patient and trying to be as responsive as we can.
And what order of improvement did you follow in terms of how you started, where you started, I guess, the location of the streets?
In the big picture, the pavement management plan is like our wastewater management plan or our water master plan. It's a master plan and it's an assessment of our streets. So that's what I've referenced here, the pavement management plan that made an assessment of all 9.85 centerline miles of every street. And then there's a strategy that occurs where some streets have to be completely rebuilt and they're very expensive. So we spent more than $1 million on that small portion of 3rd Street. Whereas in this example, we're able to spread this to 13 different streets. And some of these streets will be slurried and some of these will receive a stronger treatment. But the idea is how many streets can we improve to get our PCI up as high as possible? So the engineers come to me, come to the city council with a plan that we have almost 10 miles of streets. These are and a map that shows the good, the bad, and the ugly streets. That we all know firsthand, but the engineers now have it documented. And then how they selected which streets to include in this first phase of work. So what I'm describing in this slide is that this is the first phase, and as soon as we get sufficient funds, again, we'll go out and address the next set of streets. So it was all done through the pavement management plan that was adopted and approved by the city council as required by Measure G.
And it also sounds like you were waiting on warmer weather for some of the work to proceed. Is that correct?
For the asphalt especially, needs to cure.
Okay, and then also in regards to the curbs and the dips, we did receive a letter, I believe all of the planning commission and the city council members. I was hoping that that letter, it was from a citizen, this would be the time, I think, to probably read it in the public record, because the citizens' concerns were exactly about this pavement management plan and the sidewalks. Is there any chance that we can get that letter read? Because they do address concerns in regards to the historic nature of our town and some of the work that's being done with the curbs, the drop off, the color of paint.
So, first and foremost, I'm in receipt of the comments from Cara Vonk, February 20th at 4:27 p.m. And again, in her comments, she's referring to planting strips. And there are planting strips at Rudy Park. At the January 24th meeting, she says there weren't, and there are. I walked past them. I had a meeting at the library today. There's planting strips there.
City manager, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we just read her letter into the public record?
There.
Actually, I was gonna hold off until 6B. Yeah.
7B.
6A and 7B. Thank you very much. Yes, it talks about the active transportation. I mean, it goes along with the active transportation plan, and Ms. Vonk has another letter that would go more appropriately in the building code. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, thank you. They will be read into comment then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Councilmember Sabathia.
I also got a lot of comments about the pavement. And I went after receiving those comments, went and did a little bit of research back into when I got to just participate in these meetings as a citizen. I remember the pavement management plan being approved by the council, and went and looked into that. And when I went and looked at that, it was clear to me, it may not have been clear to others, that the pavement management and street improvements meant the entire street. So the curbs and sidewalks would be included in all that. And so maybe some of the misunderstanding is about that. I do agree, John, I think you made the statement of being patient and giving information repeatedly. I think that's going to be, as long as we're willing to do that and keep doing that, it'll remind people of the work that has been done and has been going on. Some of the agendas are a little long and maybe some things get lost in there, but that was something that was on one of the meetings a few months ago. And then can you go forward a slide or two? Here. One thing that Don and I have talked about frequently is how to get the information out about what we're doing. So I appreciate and really like that was something that maybe was covered in your conference. And I would, as I have been, just encouraged to get creative about how we get the information out. It may be in smaller amounts and more frequently. That's all I got.
Thank you. Have we received any positive comments on the pavement management plan?
Yes, Mayor, I shared with you earlier today a comment I got on Friday of a resident who was very happy and very grateful for the new sidewalks on 4th Street. And yes, my brain focuses on the negative things, because that's a problem that needs to be fixed, but yes. We've had many positive comments as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, sidewalk, curb, gutter, street, road, right?
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
Full picture. Can you please go to slide 2, parklets? No changes from the current resolution, no new parklets. Thankful Co moved out of their building and into coexisting with Notably Notable. What's going on with that parklet?
We sent an email to the owner of those two establishments, and if that we warned them, we gave them information in the resolution that said if Thankful moves out, then the parklet has to go. And I was led to believe that it had gone. It has now been removed.
It has been removed? It is? Awesome. I did not drive down the street today, apparently, or the other day.
A certain council member had breakfast on it.
I'll be darned. Thank you. Thanks for the update on that.
Thanks, EJ.
I did too. Very good. If we could, if I have one other council member's concurrence to bring back one more time, a parklet resolution for the next meeting.
I'll agree.
Thank you. Thank you. And then, excuse me, I apologize. Native American tribes, tribal band leader Val Lopez. I'm thrilled that we're having conversations again with the whole group. There was at one point a powwow and market. Has anybody heard about anybody bringing it back? I've had some questions from out of town folks if they've heard of anything, if we've heard of anything, and I hadn't heard of any. Just a question, anybody out there, if you know anything or one is planned, please let us know.
I believe the last one happened during the rib cook-off, correct?
Ish.
They happened at the same time.
Mhm. Yep,
Yes.
yep.
It was difficult to find the acting city manager that day.
Very concerned about local control and ballot measures. There have been several issues in Sacramento about local control and giving some up. And I'm hoping that this doesn't go anywhere, this particular one. I think we've given up enough. That's all I have. Do we have any comments from those in Zoom?
No raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Chambers? On the city manager's report? Sure, come on up. And please state your name for the record.
Okay, Mariana Thomas. I just
Thank you,
like to-
welcome.
Pardon?
Do you have the green light on?
It's on.
Perfect. Go ahead.
What is landscaping of Third Street imply or mean?
So, thank you for asking that question. We set aside some money 2 years ago, and a member of the public pointed out that we hadn't planted anything yet. And so I circled back with the deputy city engineer and asked him to work with the community as far as species of trees and working with our planning department on design guidelines to find, we have the money to plant it, and now we're going to be replanting other trees. This would be an opportune time to replant Third Street as well. This is Third Street west of Muckalemming.
Okay.
Yeah, the newer portion that
Yeah.
we planted, there's some empty planters there.
Okay.
And so we have money to plant there. I'm not gonna stick my head out and say sycamores or elms. Because we don't have the community's feedback yet.
Yeah, I just excuse me, wanted to say that I hope we have a vision that will have that planting or landscaping fit in really nicely with the old buildings, with everything else. Because what we are ending up with is sort of a mosaic, of a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And I really want to discourage that. Because this community at one time was in appearance, not only as residents and events, was very unified. And so as we proceed with improving and doing, I hope we have enough input from people who have been invested over a long time, and we can unify and make it just better. That's all I want.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6.
Mayor, I have one comment
sorry, go
before,
ahead.
I'm sorry, before we move on from the city manager report. And this has to do with the agreements the USDA must approve in connection with the Force Main project. So I definitely would recommend that we bring in Downey Brand to assist with these agreements. I talked to Melissa this morning, Ms. Thorne, who's helped the city before. She's familiar with the situation in the project and the priorities. And these agreements really they're a little esoteric. They have to be done in accordance with the Code of Federal Regulations. And we don't have a lot of time, and they need to be done right the first time. So I've asked Melissa to give us a letter of engagement, which I may need to bring before you for authority to go ahead and do that. But I just wanted to make that report. I think it's important that these things get done as quickly as possible and as correctly as possible, so there's no delays.
Thank you. I signed my name to that, didn't I? Was that document then? Of the big one? Yeah.
The USDA document, yes.
Right, we'd be working from the USDA letter, which I sent her a copy of as well. So she's gonna have someone in their contracts department.
So will that
work
be
with
brought to us at the next council meeting, or will we need a special
You
meeting?
may need a special meeting.
Okay.
I think time is of the essence here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I just
Thank
want to
you.
report that.
6A, public hearing. Introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 5, Article 1 of the City of San Juan Bautista Building Code and adopt the California Building Standards Code 2022 edition of the California Fire Code and appendices Title 24, Part 9.
Hey, Don, is this for the fire code? This is Charlie.
Yes, Charlie, thank you. I don't think I need to introduce you, Charlie. You're famous.
The infamous. The only thing, and I don't know if we need to do this, is make an amendment because it's the introduction of the ordinance of the fire code of building standards 2022 edition of the California Fire Code in its entirety. With the appendices and local fire amendments in Title 24, Part 9, and then in addition, we need to repeal the old code and replace it with this new code. I know my copy of the agenda doesn't say that, and I don't know if we need to have it or make the adjustment here or the amendment here.
Well, we can't. I wouldn't suggest we make that amendment here. I think I did ask that question at one point, whether any of the old code had to be repealed, and I believe the answer was no. I do need to point out too that the staff report in your packet that has my name on it, I didn't write that report, and I never authorized my name to be on it. But I want to make that very clear at the outset here. If we're going to repeal certain areas of the code, this would have been nice to know ahead of time, frankly.
Well, we do have emails that do state that. So we did state that numerous times. And so we just need to fix us if that's the case. So we need to get this, if we need to pull it, we need to pull it and get it, get it in there where we can get it done. Because we do need to repeal, because there's the old fire code that's adopted in the municipal code. And this is something that needs to happen every 3 years when we adopt it. So you repeal the old one and replace it with a new updated one. And this one will get us consistent with the with Monterey County, San Benito County, city, and the city of Hollister, once we get this one all taken care of.
Well,
We also have a document on the dais that is totally different than,
yes,
the
and that was,
document
that
that was
was
in the
produced
packet.
today in the effort to try to get this in a condition that it would be appropriate to adopt what we actually provided back on January 24th. Apparently, the materials that were in your packet on January 24th were pulled for correction, and there were no corrections made. So that was brought to my attention when I looked at the packet last Friday. And I sent some emails yesterday and attempted at the city's request, staff's request, to do a red line of the existing staff report as well as the ordinance. You notice the changes in the ordinance, the dates were all left the same. Frankly, hearing from the fire chief now that there are more changes to this, I would be very reluctant to suggest that these be made on the dais. I think this is too important not to do it right.
no, we are not taking action on this.
Actually, this was before you tonight for introduction of the ordinance.
Right, just as an
Yeah,
introduction.
There is not a that's another thing that I have struggled with in part of it. There is no requirement for a public hearing on introduction of this ordinance. There is a requirement, which is in the law, doesn't make a whole lot of logical sense, for a public hearing on second reading of the ordinance. That's what the law requires, even though you can't really make changes. It's fine to have a public hearing tonight on this, but the matter was before you tonight for introduction of this ordinance, which means that if you introduce it tonight, you cannot, except for very minor clerical or typographical errors, you cannot make any changes on second reading. That's why I think it needs to be done right the first time. And I'm not hearing that there's elements of the code that need to be repealed and not having any knowledge. I don't know where, apparently there were emails sent to this. They never got to me. I was not the prime mover on this ordinance from the very beginning. So I need to be clear on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Is it possible to, or not, is it possible? So this can be brought back to us as a first reading next month, or at an emergency meeting, not at a special meeting, at the meeting next month?
It could be brought to you for introduction at a special meeting. It needs to be adopted at a regular
At a
meeting.
regular meeting?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, but we can still take comments on this. Perfect. Thank you, Charlie, for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep, thanks. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, questions, comments, concerns on any of this?
I'm going to address my comments to Cara's letter. In particular, I'm in favor of the updated fire code completely. And as far as I'm concerned, the more sprinklers in an old town, the better. If there's a fire breaking out, I want to see water coming out the front door.
Right.
I've had experience with the building in Monterey where they did a complete remodel, and sprinklers were not present in this building at the time, and the building was redone and expanded upon, and they were added. The architect, builder, whoever worked very hard to hide the pipes because they are kind of industrial, let's say, or ugly. But they can be hidden to a certain degree, or to a large degree. And, you know, to me, the choice is, do we lose the town or do we not have a sprinkler and lose the town? I mean, that's just, I want more sprinklers. I'm sorry. That's public safety. Not one.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Mayor, I'm gonna request that this would be, you said the appropriate time to read Ms. Wonk's letter as it specifically addresses the fire code. Is this the time to read it?
After council comments.
Okay. I have no comments because as I approached the dais, there was a stack of paperwork here and part of it is this amended or updated fire code, and I have not had a chance to read it.
Yes,
So I
sir.
have no comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I'm gonna jump on John's back a little bit. I completely agree that Kara's email that hopefully will soon be read, or that will soon be read, summarizes my thoughts on the subject. And yes, if there's a fire, I want to see water coming out the front door.
Agreed. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Mayor Leslie Austin has her hand raised.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Leslie.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members, Mayor Jordan and staff. I just want to say thank you very much for tonight's public hearing. It sounds like it doesn't need to be a hearing, but I'm hoping that it's okay to give public comment in response to both items A and B. My name is Leslie Austin, excuse me. I'm a climate action organizer for the Romero Institute, working at the intersection of environment and environmental justice and labor. I'm also a longtime resident of San Bernardino County, and I'm just right across Highway 101, your neighbor in Aromas. I want to say that the strategic direction the council offers when the 2022 California Building Code comes before you, sounds like maybe next month, will, I hope, help shape the approach San Juan Bautista takes to address greenhouse gas emissions going forward. I was hoping to offer some support in light of a potential discussion tonight. But since I've been on the call for 2 hours, I think if you'll forgive me, I'll go ahead and share this support now, and hopefully it will help shape the discussion items next month. So the items that I'd like to recommend to the council for future discussion and consideration and possible action. The first is to consider developing an equity-oriented climate action plan that demonstrates the city's commitment to climate equity and includes an inspirational citywide carbon neutrality goal of 2030 or 2035 maybe to work toward. A climate action plan, for those who may appreciate a little more information, is just basically a detailed strategic framework that helps the city measure and plan and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and related climatic impacts within the city. I also want to encourage the council to consider zero operational greenhouse gas emissions from new buildings, both residential and commercial, as part of the suite of California mandated building codes, which will come before you. And if I understand correctly, will also already include state mandated green building codes, which were introduced in 2019. I think it's really helpful to understand that an all-electric new building policy is a high impact, relatively low effort action that the city can take. And it provides highly certain emissions reductions and builds community capacity for harder to address sectors like existing buildings. All electric new buildings provide a least cost approach to avoiding the addition of new emissions sources and adopting policy that ensures all electric new construction can be achieved by the council while the community works concurrently to document its climate goals in the form of a climate action plan. So basically, you don't need a climate action plan to adopt building codes that reduce emissions. Just as a point of clarification. and I
Excuse me,
think-
Ms. Austin. I apologize, your 3 minutes have lapsed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are no
Uh,
other raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Comments from chambers? Thank you. Can we please now read Ms. Fonk's email into the record? Thank you.
Please adopt the California State Historical Building Code Health and Safety Code 18944.7, Title 24, Part 8. In addition to those before you tonight, the Historical Building Code gives the fire chief flexibility in dealing with historic structures as long as safety is maintained. We have a historic town with a National Register commercial district and multitude of identified historic residents and other structures throughout the city. We are the city of history, and yes, we are vulnerable to the ravages of fire. You are asked to adopt the International Fire Codes, the California State Fire Code 2022, Title 24, Part 9, and host of additional local fire code requirements, most dealing with requirements for installing sprinklers. These codes apply not only to new construction after adoption of the code, but also retroactive to existing structures. 50% of new work and alterations or repairs requiring a building permit to existing structures within 5 years shall conform to and comply with these fire codes. Provisions you are asked to adopt. The fire codes are specifications oriented and do not allow for flexibility, unlike the historic building code that allows for flexibility where warranted and safety is maintained. Many of our historic buildings are not constructed to allow the standard sprinklers. The building envelope and ceiling may not allow for standard piping and may have historic bedboard ceilings or other historic materials. The specifications codes you are counseled to adopt would have to be implemented even if damaging to the historic structure. The California Historic Code would allow for the fire chief to devise alternatives to preserve as much of the historic fabric as possible. Businesses turn over frequently, usually requiring more than 50% interior alterations. Historic buildings could be at risk if the historic building code is not adopted. Historic residents are frequently updated with modern necessities such as kitchen, bath, etc., or constructions of a foundation, as in our case of the circa 1816 cottage, exceeding 50% of the building. Our house and many other historic residents do not have standard 2x4 constructed walls, and many have historic ceiling materials such as bedboard, or in our cases, a board, and being signed often.
Thank you.
Sorry, time is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cara. The council is in 100% agreement with making sure that our city does not burn. And I know there was a couple years ago when we had the fires, surrounding us, and there was issues with Harvey's lockup and whether or not they were protected. And we want to make sure that the entire city is up to code and not burning down.
Hey, this, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just about to call on you.
Oh, okay. So just so you know, you guys already have adopted the codes before. We're just updating them a little bit. We do have the sprinklers that are already adopted in there and the 50%, we're just tightening it up and cleaning it up a little bit to be consistent with what we have in the whole area. So, I mean, that's not an issue, we just need to get it done and right, and we need to file it with the state. So we're going through the process, and automatically all this stuff is it falls to the boilerplate, but there's certain things we need to do to make sure we get our amendments in there. So we get our amendments, that way they're consistent throughout the entire area. That way nobody can say, well, it's different here, it's different here, it's different here. Well, like in the Tri-County area, we're pretty consistent. And then the 3 jurisdictions here, it's consistent. So we just didn't get the wording in, and thank you guys for your support on that. And we do appreciate it. We dropped the ball on it. I apologize. For some reason it got dropped, but this is something that needs to get started in October. That way, when January 1 comes around, then it's done and said, and we get to start fresh and go from there. So it's a learning process, and a lot of other jurisdictions really haven't been doing it. And we're making sure that we're consistent. We're getting it done, corrected, and we're going to have to even file it with the state after we even, I thought it was the HCD, but it's not the HCD. It's another agency, because filing our code has to be on file there too. So we'll get that all taken care of and make sure we're all compliant and everything done the right way. That way we're not up and liable for any litigation.
Understood. Thank you very much for that.
Dig in to figure this out.
We will. Thank you. 6B, introduce an ordinance to amend Chapter 10, Article 1-110 of the City of San Juan Bautista Municipal Code regarding the adoption of the 2022 California Building Code related international codes and repealing Chapter 10, Article 1-115. We are not introducing this.
That is correct, Mayor. There's a memo from the Brian Push, the Community Development Director, asking that this ordinance not be introduced tonight, be tabled for introduction later. It has some issues, a few legal issues and some other issues with the ordinance that was in your packet tonight. But it would be appropriate, as with item 6A, since many members of the public may have comments on this. And I'll just mention one of the requirements that was not met in the ordinance in your packet is there's a specific requirement of the government code that when you're adopting by reference a number of different uniform codes, that the name of each one of the codes that you're adopting be included in the title of the ordinance. This would probably have addressed the fact that people thought that maybe we weren't planning to adopt the historic building ordinance. Well, it would have been in the title rather than adopting all the California building standards codes, which each one has a separate name. And you can do it essentially in one action, but that action has to specify all those various codes that you're adopting. That's going to be part of the change, and you'll see when it does come back for introduction. But it would be appropriate to hear from the public tonight and for council comments.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. Yes, I have quite a few comments. Basically following up on what Leslie Austin was talking about. I would like us, I'm actually glad it's being postponed, because I'd like to have us look into what's called the REACH codes, which incentivizes the use of electric power from fossil-free sources over the use of natural gas. Many cities have done this, including Los Angeles, which the last time I checked was the largest city in California. Also Santa Cruz, Monterey, Sunnyvale, San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, Los Gatos, Oakland, and 50 other cities. So it's pretty popular. And it offers the following advantages to developers. It offers lower costs because they don't have to put in gas plumbing underneath the streets. They don't have to put in gas plumbing in the home. And one of the most the highest paid workers on a home building job site are usually the plumbers and electricians. So if you're saving some on plumbing, you can save quite a bit of money on the cost of building a home. So that can help us in our goals for affordable housing. Anyway, it's important that our community understand all these issues and the ins and outs of them, and that the council, that us seeks to create policies that provide reasonable protections and cost savings. Building electrification must be a key part of our response to the climate crisis. 10% of California's greenhouse gases come from the built environment, which is buildings like this. Electric buildings are safer for people and safer for the planet. I will remind you, 2 blocks of Belmont, California in 2008, due to a natural gas pipeline burst and explosion. So I think 8 people died and quite a few were injured. And so this is not a theoretical situation. It hasn't occurred before, natural gas going wrong. So I highly encourage the council to consider electrification as a way to get to climate change. The natural gas was just kicked on a few seconds ago and is kind of providing background music to my little speech here. It is harmful to all of us. We breathe it in. It causes asthma in a certain percentage of people. I could go on and on and on, but converting that thing to a heat pump is a win-win for everybody. Our heating costs would go down. I can tell you from personal experience, we had a natural gas heater and it is, our PG&E bill is now cheaper than it was 3 months ago. And it was cold in November when we still had natural gas. So that's what I'm trying to put out here. There's reach codes. We don't have to invent the wheel. It's been done in Los Angeles, it's been done in Santa Cruz, it's been done in Los Gatos, it's been done in 50 other jurisdictions within the state of California. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I think that we do need to look at alternative sources of energy. It's way past that time. Too bad we can't have a mini wind propeller to harness the wind in San Juan. It was pretty gnarly tonight. I will make further comments once we reconvene with the amended ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
No comments.
Thank you. I would like to take Mayor Pro Tem's comments just a titch further and propose that in the near future, we have an ordinance for all new construction to be 100% electric. And we can discuss that at perhaps the next council meeting.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
if I could invite building official to speak on the difference between the proposed building codes in your packet versus reach codes, and maybe suggest a discussion just on reach codes at the next meeting. Minnie's been here to share this with the council if you're open to it.
On something that we're not supposed to discuss. Sorry. Hi, how are you? Just kidding.
Clarification.
Yep,
possibly.
go
So,
ahead. Thank you.
Minerva Arredondo, I'm the building official.
Speak into the microphone though. Thank you.
Minerva Arredondo, I'm the building official here at the city of San Juan Bautista. And I just wanted to clarify that we're all concerned as far as we're fully electrical. Well, so is the California Energy Commissions. A lot of the energy code updates, have the main ones actually are encouraging electrical heat pump technology that are already implemented in the current codes that we're going to adopt, establishing electrical rating requirements. So your heat pump requirements already implemented. Your electric outlets for your washers and dryers are already in the new code that we're going to be adopting. The expanded solar and battery storage standards are already, those are big issues that have come up that are in our new codes that we're going to be adopting. Strengthening ventilation requirements. So all these things are already being implemented by the California Energy Commissions because they're the ones, the energy code is part of the Title 24. Reach codes are local adoption that take it a little bit further. So that would be adopted through local ordinance, as you stated. But I'm finding because that our new residential construction, as you're doing the whole calculation, and I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Title 24 energy calculations, with these CF1Rs, MF1Rs, finding that in order to meet those numbers, you cannot to meet them and play with those numbers to meet the maximum energy efficiency, gas is out. I mean, it's all electric. And I know this because I don't know, but I'm also the building official at City Hall. So all of our new construction is coming in fully electric. Because in order to meet the numbers should be California Energy Commissions, that's the pathway that most of these developers are taking. But it's all in the future. It is all being addressed by the California Energy Commission. Oh, any questions?
Questions?
Yes.
So does the city of Hollister have a climate action plan?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do they have an ordinance to go fully electric for all new
Mm.
construction?
No.
Okay, so
No.
this would formalize having an ordinance in the city of San Juan Bautista for new construction would formalize and not necessarily create a whole new climate action plan, but it would start that process. I mean, this would be one component of that.
Right.
Okay,
You could do that. Mhm.
cool. And we've already adopted in the city of San Juan Bautista have adopted under our plumbing code to ban all water softener. So to have this as an extension for more building codes, new construction. And it is my understanding that any plans that have come before the planning department starting January 1st, 2023, already have to follow this regardless of whether San Juan has adopted this.
It's
So-
so building permit applications.
Yes,
And the
so
state-
any building permit application that had been submitted
Correct.
from January 1st on
Are
without
under the
having
code.
this formalized are still incorporated. If I came before the council and said, I want to build a new house
Yes.
today, I already have to follow January 1st, even though this document isn't
Correct.
included in San Juan's.
Yes, because the building
Code.
codes are state mandated.
Got it.
So they go into effect January 1st, local. We have to adopt them to be consistent, but as soon as that application comes in January 1st, it's under the 2022 code. Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yay. I'm not building.
Any more
anymore.
questions?
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions of Minnie now that you've come up? Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Thank you. Questions from Zoom? Harry, you're up.
Seeing no raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. Questions from chambers? Thank you very much. Looking forward to seeing these come back. In a very, very, very long list. Action items, appointment of city treasurer, city manager.
As directed, the city clerk, deputy city clerk has posted an invitation to those interested in being city treasurer. As approved by the voters, the council to make this at-large appointment from a qualified member of the community as it has in the past when we had no one step up during the ballot election process. So now we're back resetting the dial to an appointment process by the city council. And we're very fortunate to have Michelle Sabathia apply and be the only applicant. He was our previous city treasurer, and as we know, is very qualified and very energetic and very able to do the job. So that's staff's recommendation moving forward with the appointment of Michelle Sabathia for our city treasurer.
Thank you. Questions from the council, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No, but Michelle's fantastic. I don't see how we could even do better. Even if we were in Los Angeles.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I concur. She's an excellent treasurer, very energetic, very easy to understand. My only question is for the city attorney, just to make sure this is okay. When Ms. Sabathia was our treasurer previously, we know that her spouse, Mr. E.J. Sabathia, is now an elected official. How does that?
Right, I understand.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
Councilmember Sabathia on this matter should step down and not vote on this. It is a conflict of interest for what the Fair Political Practices Commission regulations refer to as an interest in personal finances. And that would be anything more than $500 in a calendar year. My understanding is the stipend for the city treasurer is $100 a month, which would exceed $500. So in this case, to avoid that conflict of interest, Councilmember Sabathia should step down on this matter and not vote. And the reason would be for a material financial interest in the matter. And he should actually leave the room where you take up the matter. Those are the regulations of the Fair Political Practices Commission.
Thank you very much.
I guess my second part of the question is, would it be allowable, permissible for her to be our appointed treasurer as?
It would be. Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Yes, and I believe that Councilmember Sabathia would be allowed to vote on the treasurer's reports and those types of things. It's just in this instance, she is being appointed by you as an appointed officer of the city. And the stipend for that is more than $500.
Was about to recuse myself.
Thank you
Now
very
it's not
much.
my
Very
idea.
good, very proceeded.
So I don't have to be the good guy.
Anyway, I just needed to bring that to your attention. And Councilmember Morris Lopez, that was very timely inquiry. Thank you.
What? Thank you both. Yes, sorry. I was,
And I can handle just for the record, Councilmember Sabathia is recusing on a material financial interest basis. That should be it.
yeah, thank you. Well, he did. I don't know. But he said when it came to his turn, he was just going to recuse himself. So he doesn't get to be the good guy.
But the basis also is important to be.
Are they frozen, Harrison?
Yes, I was just about to say, Mayor Jordan, if you can hear us, your audio is not coming through and your video is frozen. I'll text the city clerk.
Our apologies on that. Councilmember Sabathia recused himself and took our hotspot with him. So I'm not sure where we left off. I'm all in favor of Michelle coming on board again as our city treasurer. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Seeing no raised hands, Mayor Jordan, I do see Michelle Sabathia just raised her hand.
Thank you. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I think it's unclear. I'm unsure if you guys voted or not, so I'm not sure where you guys left off there.
Sorry, we have not voted yet. We're going to public comment in Zoom and public comment in chambers. So if you want to just hang out right there for a moment, we'll get
Perfect.
to.
I'll do that.
Okay. Do we have any comments from chambers? No? Seeing no comments from chambers, can I have a motion to appoint Michelle Sabathia as our city treasurer?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you very much. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you very much. Michelle, big time congratulations. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you guys, and I won't turn on my video. I don't want to break the connection, but I look forward to helping out and again, learning as much as I can from staff and city council.
Thank you very much. It's my understanding too that we got a new program for you to work with.
Oh, that's amazing. I look forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I took my phone.
Action item 7B, approve the San Juan Bautista Active Transportation and Community Connectivity Plan.
And thank you, Mayor Jordan, members of the public and city council. This plan is almost 2 years old now. We have produced, I think, a beautiful plan with wonderful photos. And it's great to see some of this work actually under construction already in the form of new sidewalks and street repairs. We're lucky to work with a great team in CivicWell and the subcontractors that they brought on board. This project was after the grant was awarded of $260,000 from Caltrans. That was assigned to Assistant City Manager Brian Fouch. Well, I'll allow Brian to introduce the team and this opportunity for the final adoption. Thank you for your consideration tonight. Brian?
Thank you.
Yeah, I wish, let's see, we have the team here still.
Tony is still with us.
Tony's here.
On East
Tony
Coast
Square
time.
is here. All right, so Tony, if you could unmute. We just have a simple resolution to adopt the plan. You know, the plan is the result of an extensive community engagement program. It has multiple layers of recommendations for the city with respect to active transportation. And also it has a multimodal emphasis. And I'd like Tony Paul and Tony Leonard to just, I know it's very late where you are, Tony. So thanks for staying awake. I'd like to just turn it over to you and to Tony Leonard.
Yes, well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Jordan, and thank you, guys. Yeah, it is late. I have permission to be up, so I'm okay. Yeah, I appreciate being back. Last time I was in front of you 3 weeks ago during the joint city council and planning commission workshop, I think I occupied almost 3 hours of time. So I'm going to try to be significantly shorter this evening, just to highlight the points of the project here that's before you tonight. First, I will have Tony go ahead and say hello on behalf of our partners at CivicWell. He's here. They've been a great contributor and just introduce himself. You want to say hello, Tony?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wanted to give my thanks to everyone, to City Council, the Planning Commission, all of the community members that participated in events over the past year or so to help provide input into this plan. And we hope that we're able to deliver a document that will help move the city forward and pursue grants to actually implement a lot of these projects. Thank you.
And I'm just going to briefly, and it's nice, I don't even have a presentation for you tonight. I'm just going to briefly highlight some of the points and overview for the plan that's in front of you. Many of you, if not all, participated in our workshop last week, so hopefully you've got some good familiarity with our content. But as Don mentioned at the beginning of this, this plan originates from a Caltrans Sustainable Community Planning grant, so we want to recognize that. It's just over a year ago, and actually it's about 1 year ago today that we actually started work in earnest on the project. So we're wrapping up just on time here. And within that plan, it did initially lay out some goals for an active transportation plan that go along with that include things like engaging community members effectively, really making sure we're building on existing planning efforts to improve mobility options, development of a complete and coherent network, which is the key part, and then developing conceptual plans for the streets, public spaces, and development opportunities, and identifying short and long-term infrastructure projects with potential funding opportunities. And our plan, no doubt, not only meets that, but I think exceeds their initial goals. As I mentioned, we started this plan in earnest February last year. Our first big events for the plan were our discovery tour back in March, where we convened the project advisory group for the first meeting, conducted some existing condition analysis and windshield tour to sort of inform us what's going on. Our project culminated with a large engagement process in June of last year. We hosted our second project advisory group, and then we conducted a 3-day community charrette that included bike and walking audits, stakeholder meetings, pop-up tables downtown, a big community workshop, and then finished up with an open studio. And then that put us to work to basically develop these draft recommendations as a team. And then we were back in September to host a workshop with the community to present these drafts and also convene the project advisory group for one final time in this process. And that brought us to right where we're at this year. We're right now into January with we had a draft plan. As I just mentioned before, on the 31st of January, we hosted a joint City Council Planning Commission workshop to present the details of the plan and take a lot of comment on that and have some good discussion. And since then, we've incorporated the comments that we have to the finalized plan that you see before you. That include well over 100 comments to date that have informed what is right now the finished product. One thing I like to emphasize again and again, this plan isn't really just about active transportation. People say it's just biking, walking. This is about community mobility and access. And as Brian mentioned, there's really a multimodal emphasis with this. We really seek to create choices that improve mobility for everyone, but also reduce the impacts of the automobile for San Juan Bautista. It's also important to notice that this active transportation plan is a complement to the general plan. They work together, and it specifically gives direction to the circulation element of that plan on all the matters that relate to bicycling and walking. So it calls that out, and they work hand in hand, and they'll be integrated moving forward. One of the things also I want to emphasize is we had some discussion about this throughout the plan. One of the common themes that we really wanted to emphasize was this sense, first of all, obviously the historical context of San Juan Bautista, but also embracing the sense of place. And we've really crafted these recommendations to be thoughtfully implemented in a way that add value to the character of San Juan Bautista and not things that would be inappropriate. And that includes sort of not just the recommendations, but developing resources that staff can use that will include the traffic calming toolbox and other design guidance to make sure that they have the best information in front of them as implementation moves forward. Just a quick overview with the plan that we talked a lot about. In terms of the infrastructure recommendations, we had the 5 categories we created that included the multimodal bicycle network, which is basically all the on-street bike facilities and shared use paths. The sidewalk network gaps section. We had intersection projects that identified intersection modifications, roundabouts, and mini circles, really geared at both traffic calming for vehicles, but also improving access and for bicycles and pedestrians. And then also the 2 street safe design projects that focused on special considerations for 3rd Street and the Alameda, both as the sort of historic main street and also the gateway to the community. That will move forward sort of as a planning exercise. And then the final element, also the multimodal hub, which after this presentation, you'll hear about that grant application to some degree. As we put all these packages together, the infrastructure projects were prioritized basically based on a evaluation of the projects as they relate to key themes that were developed for the plan. And then those were developed to really look at the project impacts on one hand, and then also project readiness or the capability to be able to deliver the project, both in terms of funding or complexity. And that helps us develop the categories of implementation. And those categories, there's the near term, which are projects to be implemented in 1 to 3 years, midterm, which would be the projects for 3 to 5 years, and then the long term, which are really things that will probably be 5 years and beyond. And again, those are guidance areas. Some things will move up and down based on opportunities or as staff finds perhaps things like funding moving ahead. As part of this, it's interesting, a plan sometimes is a plan for doing more planning. There are several planning studies identified for the more near term for that include a plan for the trail network, a design and engineering process for the streetscape design for the Alameda and 3rd Street, and then also for the multimodal hub, which is actually the grant applications, the next item here. In addition to that, there are a number of policy and program recommendations. These parallel strategies that are already identified in the comp plan and sort of enhance and amplify them as they relate to achieving the goals of active transportation and a more complete streets process for the city. The final part of that is then obviously an extensive matrix of funding opportunities with the cost tables. There are big price tags on some of the items on there. It's important to be able to identify key funding opportunities. And so we've identified a list of from federal to state and local resources that staff can look at to begin implementation. So that's the quick overview of that. I'm going to invite, when I'm done here, either Tony or Brian and Don to add any other thoughts. But again, I think I mentioned this on the 31st. The plan itself, that's the easy part of this process. The real work is going to start now. As approval of this plan commences, this is really important to start implementing these activities with the general plan and moving forward. So an ambitious plan does create a lot of work, but I think it's going to create a lot of outcomes. And it's also important to recognize that this is a benchmark for the city, because this is the city's first independent active transportation plan. So it's kind of the one-on-one. This is a document that gets started in a new direction around active transportation, but it's also something that will probably age quickly. So staff will need to measure progress and be prepared to revisit some of these assumptions. And probably within a decade, it'll be time to get to the 2.0 and do an update to this plan. But it will be important to track the indicators of success, understanding each year the number of projects that are completed, but also the changes in bicycling and walking behaviors in the community. And of course, overall satisfaction or other external benefits that come from the project. It's good to look at how these have impacted the community. So that's just sort of the quick rocket overview of the plan itself. I'd like to chime in where Tony Leonard did and also offer special thanks. First of all, to city staff. I think they've been super engaged this whole process. I can't tell you how many times I've worked on projects where they put the consultants together and say, go bring us a plan and come back. Brian and Don have been involved in every step of the way and very accessible for us as we've done this. Real thanks to the project advisory group and partner agencies that have provided valuable feedback through the process. The members of the public have given up their time to be a part of this. And obviously the mayor, city council, the planning commission members who also are important. It really takes everybody working together to make this a successful plan. So I'll entertain that. I'll offer up an opportunity for Tony or Brian or Don to add anything that I've missed, but otherwise I'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for public comments.
Thank you. Brian?
Thanks, Tony. One thing that I think is important to understand here that Tony referred to is that the resolution for approval directs the city manager to integrate the recommendations of the ATP into the general plan. And as we do that, some of the recommendations here don't particularly characterize the network with respect to capacity or size, or it just in a lot of cases refers to the function with respect to active transportation that we expect the network to accomplish, regardless of what those regardless of what the road network actually looks like when we get into the community plan topics with respect to the density and intensity of land uses and where things are located. So the ATP doesn't really get into those topics, but it opens the door for consideration of what those characteristics should include with respect to active transportation. So we're always going to have that looking at the city's road network with that lens in mind. And so when you direct the city manager to incorporate the ATP into the general plan, that's the intent there. with respect to that. And then also, we're directing the city manager to implement the plan. And that means that we're going to pay attention to what the priorities are, what the funding resources are, and begin to implement the plan. We like the plan. We think it's a great plan. We don't want it to sit on the shelf and gather any moss. So that said, Tony Leonard, anything you'd like to add?
No, I think it's all been covered. Thank you.
Great, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Don. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I'm in full support of the plan. In fact, I think it was 4 years ago, Don and I took a trip to Watsonville, where CTC, which is Caltrans's boss, California Department of Transportation, put on a workshop about active transportation plans. And from that presentation in Watsonville by those people from the state of California, this whole thing kind of came about. So I'm really happy to see it come to a conclusion. All the hard work that CivicWell and Tony and Blue Zones have done, it's fantastic. It's more than I ever thought of or could think of at that time. I just was hoping for a few bike lanes through town, you know, that was, anyway, so that's, I'm in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to point out that I'm fairly new, so this came before my time as either a commissioner or now a seated council member. So one of the concerns or comments that I had, and I did speak to City Manager Don about this today, is that the specifics, the recommendation is for him to implement the ATP or the Action and Transportation Plan, which active transportation plan, which is just another way of saying making our small community attractive and doable for people that either want to ride a bike, a trike, electric bike, a scooter, or just walk or run or jog. You know, keep it simple for me. ATP is like, you know, I guess the lingo and community planning and wellness and blue zones and whatnot. So my question to the city manager was that my comment was that, are we held down to the specifics of what is in this huge document to the T, you know, crossing the T's, dotting all the I's that are in this plan? He explained to me that it's conceptual, and that's kind of what I'm hearing from Brian. So this is a very fluid and dynamic plan, and there's engagement from community at every point. And that is the only way that I will give this plan my 100% for being a newbie in it and learning really quickly. But if it's conceptual and there's still engagement in the future, because I do see some issues, like for instance, I'm just going to lay this out there. I live off of Mission Street, which is right off of 4th Street, right at the intersection where Vertigo is. It's a super busy intersection. Sometimes pulling out to that stop sign, trying to make either a right or a left turn in my vehicle. And with those new platforms or speed launching vehicle bumps, you have to be super careful. So I'm trying to envision the recommendation in this plan to do south and north, you know, bike lanes. And then with the traffic on there, with what I see currently, it really gives me pause as to the safety of this. So I think when we go through this plan, we need to really look at every angle of it, what's recommended, what makes sense, and have community engagement, our safety committee engaged. And as far as the comment about that Mr. Fouch had said about this going into our general plan, that to me sounds like a general plan amendment. And isn't that a whole different process? So those are my comments tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
My first comment was just, again, an appreciation for the work that was done. As an engineer, plans and planning and coming up with conceptual ideas are a big part of how you actually implement things. I would encourage city staff at every step like Councilmember Morris Lopez said, to try to engage the community. And maybe a step further of a big blinking red light when we're going to start some construction so that people aren't jarred when it happens. Just communicating until we're all blue in the face. And then my next comments are, this will be read, so I'm a little bit predicting into the future, but some response and public comment about conversations that Don and I have had about this. And this is with respect to an email that we all got and from Caravanc. I actually love getting these emails. I love how much passion and time she puts into all these things, and it makes me think and research, and anything that's going to stop me and make me think and research and go, like, I'm all for it. So with respect, there are planting strips. It's one thing that they're a little on the smaller side, but hopefully there's some trees that we can put there that will both fit the planting strips and satisfy everybody's requirements and desires for shade trees in the city. First comment. Number two, with respect to the tactile strips. So Don and I talked about this, and I came in maybe a little hot and heavy and I got educated. So the tactile strips that are in our historic district, in our downtown, are actually gray. They aren't unfinished and to be painted yellow. They are gray. And that was intentional and a response to conversations and requests from Ms. Vonk. Outside the historic district, Don explained to me that he had talked to the city engineers and I believe the attorneys with respect to ADA requirements around things being visible, and the exceptions for the historic district do not extend, to the entire city. So that's why outside of that historic district, those strips are yellow. And then with respect to the sidewalks and their appearance and all that, I think the emphasis, and I would say rightly so, the emphasis was put on overall city impact, and I'm all for stretching our dollar. And I learned the hard way when I had to put concrete in my home. Everything that is pretty costs a whole lot more. And not to say we shouldn't put effort into doing things that are pretty, but the scoring and color and all those things really do add a lot of cost. And we're looking at and being asked to make decisions for the betterment of the entire city and all of the constituents. Stretching that dollar to extend to more streets, I think, was the right call. There's obviously always a desire to do more and do better, but like we all have to do in our personal lives, prioritizing budget and how money gets spent is a unfortunate reality to us all not being independently wealthy billionaires. And those are my only comments.
Thank you. Again, gentlemen, thank you all so much for all the work that you put into this and the community outreach that was had. It was pretty amazing to see all of the charrettes and the amount of people I hadn't seen in chambers pre-COVID. It was nice to get the community out and active. Thank you for your comments. I had similar conversations with the city manager also, and why we did what we did. So if anybody has questions, please call or ask the council questions, your council members, because we do have conversations with the city manager and the assistant city manager and all of our consultants. With just a quick comment to Councilmember Morris Lopez is about 4th Street and what did you call them? The launching pads. Yeah, they're great. I have seen many a vehicle launch. It was nice to see that when you have a street as wide as 4th Street and you put some calming measures like bulb outs or a differentiation between the roadway and a bike lane, and narrowing the road considerably just by a few minor details and not the launching strip, that it does work and it does slow traffic down. I talked to Tony Hull about Menlo Park, which has some super cool little traffic calming. I don't even know what to call them, traffic calming things. And they're incorporated in a section of the city, and it's actually quite beautiful. So there are ways that we can slow things down a wee bit and get that small town feeling. So again, thank you all for the work that was put into this. Comments from Zoom?
Seeing no raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Comments from chambers? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please read Cara Vonk's letter into the record? Thank you.
Your city council, number 8, streetscape design and sidewalk elements of walkability. The city is currently in the process of installing and replacing sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. To my knowledge, the plans for this project have never been put before the community in a public hearing with opportunity for input on design or location. The design of the work that is going on now does not follow the recommendations of the active transportation and community plan. Number 1, planting strip. The community plan discusses the sidewalks and elements of walkability that consist of a zone system. The planting strip between sidewalk and street provides a safety separation between pedestrians and motor vehicles. Number 2, street tree program. The community plan discusses the benefits of street trees as an essential part of most urban streets. They reduce heat inland impacts, provide leafy shade for pedestrians, and separation from automobile traffic. Planting strips are being installed currently as part of the curb and gutter project, are super narrow and not sufficiently wide for street tree planting. This travesty will expand well into the future, no doubt for generations to come, unless the work currently being done is demolished and redone to accommodate large leafy mature street trees in the planting strip. Number B, historic sidewalks. The sidewalk designs and ADA requirements currently being installed fail to follow the historic design guidelines developed for the recent 3rd Street improvement with our former city engineer, Julie Bizod. We are a city of history and should do what we can to perpetrate and preserve a historic aesthetic. Number 1, under ADA laws, tactile strips are street intersections designed for low vision persons do not have to be yellow because they are tactile and felt with the feet. The only exception is at transit platforms where yellow must still be used. Many communities have now integrated brown or gray as an aesthetic alternative to yellow, which was done on the recent 3rd Street improvements. The current sidewalk, curb, and gutter project is using the garish yellow tactile strips and ugly eyesore for a historic city, especially after they become dirty. The yellow should be replaced with gray tactile strips to match 3rd Street. Number 2, sidewalk.
Thank you.
That was my time, so.
Yep, got it. 3-minute timer went up. Thank you very much.
Mayor, could I, if I might just address for the benefit of everyone, particularly because this issue of tactile strips, which is important to me, I do a lot of accessibility work. It's important to note going forward, there's no requirement for the tactile strip to be yellow at all, which is correct. The guidance from the US Access Board actually recommends using the highest contrast to the pavement. So this includes grays or lighter grays. So essentially, when you think about the historic district, if it's a really white sidewalk, going with a gray tactile strip that has good contrast is good practice. So the yellow is just used by default by a lot of communities because it is so contrasting with everything. So there's a lot of discretion in that design. And if we focus on how the tactile strips are used, both underfoot, but also being for low vision, having that visual contrast, that'll keep things working well without having to necessarily put the yellow strips everywhere.
Yes, thank you.
I completely understood about the contrast. The current gray strips that we are using are the exact same color as the sidewalk, so there is no contrast.
Yeah, that's something to watch when you apply them, and I see that occasionally people use the gray strip because of the allowance. And it's not, this is where guidance versus requirement. It's not required that contrast exists, but it's considered good practice for low vision. So if we want to make our best effort for ADA, we try to achieve that contrast.
Thank you. Any further comments? Nope. Thank you very much. Thanks, guys. Multimodal center and Third Street Master Plan integrated.
We have a
Oh, yeah, sure,
recommendation.
why not? Can I have a motion to approve the San Juan Bautista Active Transportation and Community Connectivity Plan?
I'll move.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. May I have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Sabathia, Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Multimodal Center and Third Street Master Plan integrated grant funding.
So, thank you. Dawn, is it possible to access the ATP conveniently? And then if it is, go to page 104. I apologize, my computer's not connected. So we can do this easily.
Sure, I'll bring it up while you're speaking.
Great, okay. So, we have a couple of things that we're trying to do. We have the Third Street Master Plan that's been in the budget for a while. And it's not a plan in a bubble. It's connected to everything else in San Juan Bautista. It's our central business area. It's accessed by visitors and residents alike. It has to really function from a transportation standpoint, in addition to providing a backdrop for all our historic resources. And so it was important to us to envision how Third Street, how the master plan would function within the ATP. And when we started thinking about the active transportation network, we realized that it's important to understand how these different transportation modes, active transportation modes, vehicles, buses, shared rides are going to interconnect and be mutually supportive with respect to staging, with respect to access, and how people will be able to conveniently be supported in these activities. A lot of times, when you are riding a bicycle or when you're walking, you want to be able to get in and out of a car, or you want to be able to get on a transit bus or a ride share or some form of transportation that will enable you to get from point A to point B more efficiently. And especially when we look at how San Juan Bautista will be connected within the county to the city of Hollister via the State Highway 156 enhancement plan that has a real strong active transportation component with that walkway. So it was important to us that we have, along with the multimodal emphasis in the plan, that we have a center, a place where these different modes of travel can be mutually supported. And that's the concept behind a multimodal, we call it a hub in the plan. In the grant request for grant application, I'm calling it a center, And the reason that I'm calling it an integrated plan that we're wanting to get grant funds for is that it's supposed to be integrated with the concepts in the active transportation plan. It's supposed to be integrated with our efforts to do streetscape enhancements for Third Street. And it's also supposed to be integrated with the other entities and their plans that are surround this particular area of Third Street and the Alameda. You'll notice in the ATP on pages 104 through 107, there's a little bit of a discussion. If you'll go to those pages, there's a little bit of a discussion about what a multimodal hub is. And there you see here, thank you, that's great. Share your screen. Okay. Perfect. So here's what a multimodal hub should do, and it should be a part of a transportation system. It should support complete streets, safe and complete pedestrian and bicycle networks, provide multimodal support services. So we're talking about a multimodal center. It could have bike racks, it could have bike storage, it could have a park and ride area or a lot. It could have visitor support services. It could have a welcome center, for example. We could have a place for tour buses to park and for visitors to get access to shopping in San Juan Bautista and spend a little bit of time downtown. Or it could simply be a place for school buses to park and access the Mission more conveniently, and to also enjoy other things that are happening within the State Historic Park. So these are the ways that a multimodal hub or a multimodal center can be integrated with other things that are going on in the area. And that really maybe the most significant part of this is that it's possible to create a center that also integrates with whatever the school district might want to do for properties that front on the Alameda. At that particular intersection at 4th Street and the Alameda, the soccer fields, and a lot of that open space there is in a planning context at this point, where the school district is thinking about doing a master plan. We're actually engaged in doing a master plan for the site and for the areas that they own. So it's a perfect time to think about how the city's desire for multimodal support services can integrate with what the school district wants to do, what the state parks might want to do in their master planning, and what the Mission might want to do with respect to transportation support. So it's a very kind of a nice intersection in terms of opportunity for developing some really nice planning concepts that are mutually supportive for the different entities, the city, the school district, state parks, and the Mission. Those four entities are really extremely important in terms of the planning that they're doing right now. We are getting nothing but positive support from all of those entities with respect to letters of support in advance of the submittal of the grant application. So what I'm encouraging is to think about the way that this plan might be integrated with all the planning that's going on in this particular area, and to integrate the plan with this long-term vision that we have for enhancement of Third Street as an important component of the plan. So we enrich the city, and we do a great job in helping our partners do great plans that are mutually supportive. And that's the idea behind the integrated plan. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So Brian, you're requesting the council's approval of a resolution to apply for a $300,000 grant?
Correct. Yeah, so what we're asking for is authorization to submit the grant. It's not necessary that you authorize submittal of the grant, but we thought it would be an oversight, of course, not to let everyone know that we feel like this next step in implementing the ATP is to figure out how these different modes of transportation can work together to further concept plans for everything that everybody wants to do. That is the resolution, and it just like the current ATP, it requires a match in terms of staff time, not a financial match. These Caltrans planning grants work the same way that the current ATP planning grant work with respect to staff support. And it's a very fast track with respect to submittal of the grant here in the winter. And by the spring, we'll know whether we have approval, and we'll be underway with early planning activities during the summer. So it's a pretty quick turnaround. I think it's pretty exciting. It's a 3-year-long planning program, just like the ATP. Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
So this $300,000 grant would be just for planning, it's not for property acquisition or anything like that.
Correct. And we're not allowed to do, we're not allowed to use the word design in these grant applications because design implies some engineering is occurring. And so this is concept planning. It's in the realm of visioning. Most of these plans come out with a sketch plan or a preferred plan that then will be subject to design and engineering as a second or third step. So it's a concept plan, but it's a pretty highly developed concept plan that will result from the exercise.
Well, I was really wondering what $300,000 is quite a bit of money.
Yep.
We could do quite a few of these projects in here with that $300,000, and it would actually make a immediate physical improvement to the city. But an incremental project is really critical to the thing, so I'm still $300,000 sounds a lot for concept. Concept is I can have concepts all day long.
I agree.
For really cheap.
Think about in terms of looking at we're going to be working with the school district. We're going to be working with state parks. We're going to be working with the mission, and it's a pretty sensitive area of town. Like that.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, I was wondering what the 300 grand was going to go towards, and it sounds like it's basically the plan. And I concur with Councilmember Freeman. So I have this question. The other parties, the other entities that are going to come to the table with us, what will they contribute? Is the 300 grand going to cover their participation? And if we don't use the 300 grand, can we use the rest of it to go to actual design and building and tangible things?
No, the Sustainable Communities grants are for planning purposes. It enables the city to prepare a plan that can be implemented. So we're looking at, we'll be coming up with a feasible plan, something that we know will work because attached to the grant application will be very similar to what the ATP involves, which is a plan. It's not a design or engineering plan. It is also a concept plan for transportation improvements. So it's very similar at that level of detail. We are going to the school district with a request for letter of support. I've assuming the city council approves this, then I'll be going to the board, school board on the 8th. If the council doesn't approve it, of course, I won't. But that's the plan. The grant application is due on the 9th. So it's pretty fast turnaround for us. But with respect to contributions that people are making, they're contributing their concepts that they are working on. And the idea is that State Parks has a plan that they're working on. The school district has a plan that they're working on. And we are going to step up with a multimodal plan that looks at those other plans and isn't driving, it's not in the, basically, it's not the vehicle that determines what happens for those other entities. They're doing their own plans, but we want to make sure is that we do end up with a plan that's integrated with what they're doing. And they will then, because they're stepping up and in support of this plan, are doing the same thing. So it's a reciprocal planning program that we're after, working with the other entities. And I understand the city of San Juan Bautista doesn't have a lot of experience working with state parks directly from a planning standpoint and with the school district directly from a planning standpoint. So it is not a concept that for planning purposes that we have a lot of experience with. But if the other entities are willing to step up and plan together with us to achieve these mutual benefits, where there's a visitor center, or there is a park and ride, or there is a place for tour buses to stop, or there's better access to recreation resources at the school site through this improvement. In other words, you might find that people use the recreation resources at the school if there is more support for active transportation in that location. So the idea here is to create a plan that's mutually beneficial. So we know that they are going to step up with their own planning programs. And that's the purpose of getting them to sign on, essentially, in the very beginning with letters of support.
So it's going to be collaborative, and
Right.
is the city of San Juan
Exactly.
the lead agency then, or you're all on equal?
I'm the reason that I chose the word integrated is because the vision for the plan is that we're all working together to achieve a common mutually beneficial purpose. We don't know what that looks like. It's something that will evolve from the plan. So it's an exercise in creativity where each of the entities is going to be involved in looking at what's beneficial for them and then what's beneficial for the others as well.
So the $300,000 is going to be, I'm assuming, because I heard you say a few times that this is new territory of working on a mutual plan with the entity of a school district and also a state park and also a church diocese.
The mission.
So that would take an expertise maybe to help you or help the city have these meetings and make sure that ordinances, and I'm assuming jurisdiction, that kind of stuff comes into play. So that $300,000 has a higher price tag because we have to go outside for some consulting.
We will need a consultant,
Okay.
and the consultants that we would use are those that are experienced in doing community plans and transportation plans of this sort of magnitude. And I understand, San Juan Bautista is a small jurisdiction, but the issues that we're dealing with are big issues. And they're highly sensitive issues. When we start dealing with cultural resources, historical resources, and we're starting to look at how a transportation center might be developed and how it might look, how it might perform and what the elements might be, considering the sensitivity of these resources, then it gets to be a little bit more expensive.
And complicated.
And I wish we could say, for example, the Third Street Master Plan is budgeted for, what is it, 150,000? Is that right, Don?
It's in the next staff report. If we get there.
something like that. Well, between 100 and 150,000. So we're talking about another, double amount to incorporate the Third Street Master Plan into doing a concept plan that will end up being relevant to the school district, being relevant to state parks, and vice versa. So that's the idea.
And do you know, do you have a timeline? Like most of these grants, you have to have the conceptual and the document by a certain amount of time.
It's a 3-year program.
So a 3-year program,
Right.
So 300 grand over 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's 215 set aside for the third Street Master Plan.
250 now.
15.
Went up.
Oh, 2015.
Thank you for answering my question, Frank.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
I like the idea of a multimodal center. Consultant fees, once you start spending them, run real fast. First question is, does 300 grand actually cover the 3 years of planning, or would we be expected to kick in after that?
Well, we have $215,000 budgeted for Third Street Master Plan. I'm thinking that if we're just looking at the transportation center itself, it will really cover, developing a comprehensive plan for that. And assuming that the school district is doing some corollary planning so that we're not going to be doing planning for them. And state parks is doing the same thing. So we're not going to be doing planning for them. We're going to incorporate what they do.
So we don't expect to kick in any money after the 300 grand.
Well, we're getting a grant.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
if we approve and if we are granted the money, we spend the 300 grand, but we're at 70% planning commission percentage.
Mhm.
Who pays for the rest of the planning? We do, if that were the case. I understand we don't have a crystal ball. or anything.
Yeah, right. So if it's our plan, we're going to, I mean, I can't commit to say the school district will be asked or the state parks will be asked, but I'm assuming that the city will want to complete the plan, for the multimodal center. Even though it benefits the other organizations, I'm assuming that if we add up all the money being spent on planning for a multimodal center here, it's going to be a lot more than 350,000. It's going to be whatever the school district is planning for site planning purposes, plus what we're going to provide. And I'm just speculating that that's the case. I don't have a crystal ball. My answer is that if it turns out that we need to have another 25,000 or another 50,000 to complete the plan, then I'm guessing we'll budget $50,000 to complete the plan. Right now, we have $215,000 of general fund money budgeted to complete Third Street Master Plan. What this grant will do will be to pay for a significant portion of that. Whether the city wants to retain some of that budget that's currently assigned to the Third Street Master Plan and apply it to this, if it turns out that we need additional funds, that's a decision that, you'll have to come to terms with at that time.
Yeah,
But-
understood. I think
yeah.
my proclivity there would be for us to execute a do not exceed. It's either at or below that amount, and we don't contribute any additional funds to that. My second line of questioning is 3 years is a really long time, especially for planning. How do we make that more efficient and expedient? And do we still get the full 300 grand, even if it doesn't take 3 years to plan?
Yeah, well, I hope it doesn't take 3 years.
It's based on reimbursement.
Yeah, so as we complete the plan, just like we do now, we submit a quarterly report, we get the funds as a drawdown.
And if we had a proposal from a consultant to do this project and it were over 300,000, we certainly would modify the scope of work.
Right.
And make it fit. So.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you'd want to make a decision. Do you want to take the funds that are currently budgeted for Third Street Master Plan and augment what this grant will provide? So you're already ahead of the game at that point. you know, so.
Okay, I think that covers my question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Some of my questions were as others, positive support from all of these other entities. At some point, is that positive support funding, and maybe that's perhaps during an engineering phase or later on with the actual construction of. You spoke about the Third Street Master Plan and it being 215,000, and that's covered under general fund dollars. If this plan did not come close to $300,000, plan as in a document, what this should look like, right? So if that $300,000, if the multimodal plan didn't take up all of the $300,000, could it go towards other plans, other sustainable community program plans?
I would say no, because what happens when we get the grants is that we're working off a scope of work that's been approved.
Very specific.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. We're gonna have ordinarily, for projects like this, you get a project description, you get a set of deliverables, and you get tasks that are oriented and budgeted to achieve those deliverables. And so that's how the grant is structured.
So if there were something else, section Z, had some other kind of thing that the city was looking at, could we incorporate that as well? I mean, it's not a finite, this grant just doesn't cover multimodal plan studies, does it?
What it does is it sets the stage for design and engineering development for a multimodal center that does the things that the plan says it should do. So whether that's a visitor center, whether it's a park and ride lot, or whether it's bike racks.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's this Sustainable Communities Program grant monies is specifically for a multimodal.
That's what we're applying for.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then Councilmember Sabathia was talking about consultant fees being wrapped up into this grant. So potentially there is no fiscal impact to the city. All fees will be covered.
Well, with the exception of the 11.47% of grant funds for staff time. That's a match, and that's exactly what the ATP involved as well. So every quarter, we calculate how much staff time we've spent to accomplish the ATP, and it's always 11.4% every quarter. Yeah.
And if I may, Mayor, to Councilmember Freeman's comments, this does not preclude us from applying for money that we can use for asphalt and concrete. This is in addition to, so it's not.
Yeah, we can apply for 3 of these grants.
Right.
For different purposes. Yeah.
Thank you
Of
for
course.
that part. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Perfect. So yeah, it's $300,000. It's a grant money and nothing is coming out of our pocket.
Correct.
Okay, perfect.
Except what
Except.
Council members Sabathia might
Right.
have,
Yeah.
envision
Not
that
to
we might need
exceed.
something.
Yeah.
If that ever happens, then that'll come back like Don was saying.
Not to exceed. Comments from Zoom land?
No raised hands, Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Comments from the council chambers? Thank you. One further comment I have, when putting together an agenda, if there is an action item, that it can be stated as an action. This was similar to Right, but typically when we have an approve a resolution come before us, it doesn't say. It says approve a resolution of, as opposed to just saying multimodal center. What are we supposed to do with that?
Oh.
So in the future, if we can have what the action being requested is. It's right in the description. It's in the description, it's not in the title. And the title should read what we are supposed to be doing, similar to when you asked earlier about the presentation from annexation, it went beyond that scope. So if we can have that as the scope, thank you, sorry for that. Prolonging that. May I have a motion to approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the city manager to submit an application for grant funding under the Caltrans Sustainable Communities Program to conduct a multimodal center integrated planning study.
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll
May I
second
have a
this.
second? Thank you. Motion made by Council Member Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes,
motion carried.
thank you very much. Fiscal year 2022-23 midterm year budget adjustment. Again, is this a conversation or is this to approve something? Thank you. City Manager.
The phone is off. Sorry. That usually happens during my city manager report, so I'm falling asleep at the wheel. I'm sorry. Our budget is here for the public to see, and in great detail. And so this is again following our budget calendar, our budget cadence that we've established 3 years ago, where we accept the audit in December, January. We make mid-year adjustments because, and then in strategic planning begins in March and April. And then we present the draft budget in a budget workshop, and then we hold additional workshops for community engagement around the budget specifically. And then on June 14th, we have a special meeting, adopt the budget or defer to June 28th. But each year, the budget needs to be adopted by state law before July 1st. So this is where we are in our process. Basically, when we, I'll go through this slide by slide, so it's faster. This thing. Okay. Okay, there we go. So, to date, we've adopted a new chart of accounts and a new financial software specifically for local government. That one all went into effect on January 1st. We're in the middle of our fiscal year ending June 30th. The treasurer's report this month for the activity July 1 through 31st should equal close to 50% in both revenues and expenses. And the audit results verify the fund balances that we projected July 1. So the budget is based on a quarter projections of expenses and revenues, and the audit comes back and verifies that for us. It was clean and approved in January. And this is what our budget, I'm sorry, started in slide 3. I guess I'm in a hurry. I provided to the council and the staff report and the public the priorities and issues chapter of our budget. And it outlines the 3 initiatives that we began considering back in 2020. The first initiative is the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Committee. We had outlined in staff's report are the many tasks still outlined for this subcommittee to be completed and to select the committee member at large, which is being recruited now. Of the $260,000 budgeted, we've used $129,000, $130,000 A lot of that is from the SB2 grant for the community plan, which is almost done. The draft community plan will be published by the end of the month and be subjected to community feedback and review. The second issue is the Third Street Master Plan that we just discussed. It's $215,000 combination of American Rescue Plan funds and the general fund. And this is building the foundation, completing the accident transportation plan, identifying key projects within the ATP. And we have already just discussed the grant application for the multimodal transportation hub. The EDCAC, the Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee, is in the business right now of looking at what type of business association would be best suited for downtown, a combination of existing versus a new district. That's still being evaluated. We had a really good meeting last couple of weeks on the topic and the potential for a parking district downtown. So they're building the operations part of that budget. And then the third one is the Public Safety Committee. We have $200,000 budgeted, which is again half general fund and half American Rescue Plan. We're recruiting a member at large to complete that committee so we can get back to work. City Gates organizational review will help us support us with the new sheriff contract and also the formation of the Fire Advisory Committee. We have an undersheriff, retired undersheriff, and a retired fire chief that's helping us with City Gates organizational review of our public safety. So that will be coming forward. We also mentioned in our budget that we were going to consider a part-time rec coordinator at mid-year, and we have $26 per hour salary and then the $27,000 budget set aside for that position. The EDCAC is a submitted subcommittee has focused on this matter in great detail. They completed a survey of the community that supports this new objective. But they also point out in their results that there are various ways to fund recreation in the city and that perhaps further study needs to be done. They plan another convening of the community in April. But in the meantime, at their last meeting at the Veterans Hall in January, they did talk about low-hanging fruit and how if we could get somebody on board, we could start organizing and coordinating some of the existing programs that are already happening with recreation in our city. We were a little bit late getting our community hall acoustics done. The RFP should go out in the next couple of weeks. And we've also had a little bit of a delay with the school district joint use agreement. These two are both critical to developing a recreation program here in our town. And then we have a potential conversation for an ad hoc committee to include members of the EDCAC with the city council members to talk about what the recreation program would look like and where it would be housed and how it would fit into our organization. But right now, as the council knows, we have a lot of energy around pickleball, senior activities, even chess, of course, the traditional youth soccer and youth baseball programs. So how does recreation fit into the current organization? Does this gradual education integration begin with a report to the city manager? Or should it be a part of the org study done by Citygate? I have talked with our lead library tech, a possibility of working at an office from there and helping to coordinate summer programs again in the library at Luck Park. So what I'd like to do with this is prepare a job description for council approval and consider recruitment in March. So that's where we are with the rec coordinator idea. The resolution summarizes the status of our audit and the 6 months expenditures to date. It talks about in attachment A, the revenue status, attachment B, the operational expenses, and then attachment C summarizes the $500,000 in American Rescue Plan money and the capital improvement plan review. So the general fund is, as noted in our treasurer's report, are running at 49%. The revenues are a little bit low, the sales tax is down, but as Wendy Cummings reported, the property tax and TOT are very strong. The interest revenues are also rebounding and coming back. So that's good to know that the general fund expenditures are only at 37%. I would say a lot of that is because we have been unable to fill the second dedicated deputy, and we had budgeted $175,000 for that. We do have an increase, a little bit of the private security fees, the legal fees, I think, associated with our water and settlement agreements that we're working on. And the city clerk position we increased back in December to assist in recruitment there. due to a decrease, lower planning consulting expenditures, $160,000 and lower building expenditures of $30,000. So that's the expenditures and the revenues, exhibits A and B, with an estimated positive fund balance of $432,000 at year end. So that's positive. Don't have quite the programs we were hoping for as far as the second dedicated deputy, but we do have substantial one-time savings. The Water Enterprise Fund, the revenue is running about 51%. They'll trend higher as the new rates take effect. They've only been in effect now for two billing periods. They're partially offset by conservation efforts. So as our community does a great job conserving water, our revenues go down. So that's an interesting outcome. Exhibit A adds $200,000 to the general fund. I'm sorry, I don't know why that sentence is there. It doesn't relate to the water fund. I'm sorry. Expenses are 51%. So the water is 51%. Basically, it's right on budget. Still showing a surplus at the end of the year, about $200,000. The Sewer Enterprise Fund is running stronger at 64% revenues, strong enough to carry the debt service for the capital improvements that we're planning. The $10,000 loan that we will incur with the USDA to run the sewer line to Hollister. Expenses are pretty close in line, a little bit high at 53%. The lift station and wastewater treatment plant repairs have something to do with that, as well as consistent testing that we're having to be subjected to. The net effect is a positive change, however, of $274,000. So that is exhibits A and B in summary in the attached resolution. And then I just wanted to review the American Relief Fund status. This was brought to us originally in 2021 with additional funds of the second tranche installment in 22-23, about $255,000 each for a total of $500,000. We used a lot of that, $50,000 for the business grants, and then we had $35,000 for the newer startup businesses. So we've awarded $85,000 to our businesses and grants from the American Rescue Plan. They were hard hit by the COVID crisis. We also created a nonprofit grant program for $25,000. We set aside $10,000 for homeless programs and homeless staffing for the county's request. We haven't received any kind of request yet from them. I'm not sure what the status is of their homeless programs. We also put community development block grant and other federal money towards the county MOU. So it's my job to follow up with them and find out what public health and human services is doing with homeless and how they're using that money. It's time for a status report. Then we have the new facility joint use access, which was the fencing project. We had budgeted 175. We reduced that to 100. And we spent 91,480 on the fencing project to reopen the school playgrounds during weekends and holidays. That's what savings of $8,500. So we've looked at 4 projects and considered adding funding to them. 115 for the 3rd Street transformation, 100,000 for the public safety initiative, $50,000 for the track and field improvements contribution, which we haven't made yet, obviously, due to the uncertainty of the school's future and the state seismic review. The Luck Park historic improvements have to do with ADA and landscaping around the gas station, and that money still exists. So what I'm looking at and asking for in this staff report are adding the $350,000 grant that was just referenced to the 3rd Street transformation, bringing that up to $565,000 for our downtown and the multimodal hub that we just referenced. The Luck Park improvements, adding $8,500 from the ARP money to the $15,000 for $23,520. I think the building, the gas station itself is due for an integrity review as far as the structure and so forth, to make sure that building is sound. A recent review from the city engineer and community development assistant city manager expressed concern that the building needed its look. And then that building belongs to the Historic Society, but it's on city property. So might behoove us to take a look at that building before we invite the public there in the near future. It's a lot of moisture and wetness inside, and there's really important historical documents there, as we all know. Housing element, we had budgeted $25,000 for, and estimates from the previous consultant that helped us with that plan, that it was going to cost closer to $170,000. That is due by December 31st. It needs to start right away. So Brian and I are working on an RFP for that, but we'd like to have it fully funded when the contract is awarded, and that'll happen before June 30th. So in an overall review, we're looking at adding these other projects at the bottom, these 5 projects. Some of them the council's familiar with. City Hall improvements have to do with improvements to help accommodate new staff in City Hall and their filing system. $25,000 would help clean things up in the back room where we are. And then we have the $60,000 for the City Gate plan that was presented in January. We've had an issue with termites and a need to fumigate the library and the community hall, estimated to be a little less than $20,000 for both buildings. The need for 2 new PCs for the library at about $5,000. That's a little bit high for 2 PCs, but it includes monitors and everything else that we would need. And then, and then the historic preservation consultant, Meg Clovis, whom we retained, and she's already been a great service to us in terms of things like the Mission Cafe sign and a couple small tenant improvements to some buildings on 3rd Street. So these are things that we've been moving forward with in the past 6 weeks or so, but we haven't come to council and asked for a budget appropriation for the City Gates project and the historic preservation consultant. Then the other 3 projects are new. So that's a summary of the resolution and the request from the City Council. And with that, we're running a $2 million surplus, which is a terrific amount. It's equal to more than 1 year of general fund revenues. General fund revenues are about 1.7 million a year. So with that, I think we can afford these one-time budget adjustments. I'd be happy to elaborate more on any of those issues, or answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes, and I kind of would like to throw one more thing in there that is we've talked about it obliquely tonight. But I know for a fact that a lot of grants, particularly in recreation areas and traffic areas and other things, also particularly grants from the state and Caltrans, require a climate action plan. I'd like to see a little money thrown in there for a climate action plan. And I'm not sure of the cost. A lot of the work, a lot of the mathematical, the computer modeling, all that has already been done by AMBAG. The doctor, I forget his last name. He's kind of a genius, has done all the modeling for all the jurisdictions in the Tri-County area, including San Juan Bautista. So I was told that's one of the expensive parts of the climate action plan, and that's already been done. So hopefully the rest of it is the cheaper part. Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I don't know if you had spoken to the additional part of the package, City Manager Dawn, regarding priorities and issues for fiscal year. We did go over the line item monetary items, but there's also part of our packet. It looks like a nice summary of your priorities and issues for the fiscal year to put in perspective the money. Did you address that, or did you want to address that?
Thank you, Council Member. That is actually part of the existing budget that was adopted in June of last year. So I provided it here as reference and to provide some detail for the City Council, especially the new members of the council who may not have noticed that in our budget. So what I tried to do for you in the staff report was recap some of those same issues and give you a status. So if you look at it, it includes our 3 initiatives and how they originated, and it includes the American Rescue Plan and the capital improvement budget. So it's that was the document back in June, and what I tried to do in this resolution in particular was update that for the city council. So that's why the staff report then goes and covers each of those issues in some detail, and at the end of each of the three initiatives, for example, gives the fiscal summary, how much money's been spent that's from the budget. I would prepare the same priorities and issues for the new budget coming up, and that would be the point of the strategic planning. So,
Okay.
so that kind of puts it in context. It's a critical component that we rely on to fund
I
our
guess
priorities.
my input in consideration of what we're hearing with, development and future, potential for annexation. I would say that my input would be that of great importance is one of the initiatives of the sphere of influence and general plan amendment, the SOI and urban growth boundary. It looks like you had a grant of 160,000. And how much of that is left to continue our work?
Sure. Hold on. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the staff report. So
Just in terms of being able to finish up our task.
there you go. Right. So of the $160,000 grant, we had spent $129,850, and then we still have the general fund contribution of $100,000, so we can add to that. So 129 remains. So that means we've spent about 130.
And that's in terms of payment out for
Uh,
staff to be at the meetings and any kind of,
No, actually, that's for EMC, who held the meetings, in particular, one at the Veterans Hall in June of last year to draft the community plan. And the community plan has been drafted and has been sitting there waiting for us to do the outreach to the property owners around the sphere of influence. So they had done a lot of work between January and June, July last year. And now we're ready to bring the community plan back out and provide feedback to the committee. So like I said, I've been meeting with property owners. I've written 2 letters, and that process started in November. And I had a meeting just last week with property owners who wanted to meet with us. So those conversations continue to happen while we reform the UGB committee. So it'll be formed soon, and we'll be able to take off, and we'll have additional funds to study this issue more. You're right, it'll evolve into a general plan amendment and the secret document, so there'll be a lot more expenses to incur.
cost.
It's gonna need more money, and I would think that money would come forward for us in the July 1 budget, in the new document.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Can we go back to the slides with all the numbers? That one, yeah. So and I think it was on the previous one. I will continue to be bothered by the fact that we have 1 and sometimes at most 2 homeless people in town, and we've got to fork over cash to the county. It just seems like we could be doing a whole lot more for those people who are homeless and impacted here if we spent that money on them directly. That just always kind of ticks at me a little bit. 2, for the computers. I would also look at that as a little high and a do not to exceed. I'd love to be able to review specs and or help select computers. I also currently have 2 $3,000 computers that were excess and donated from work sitting in my garage.
What you want for 'em?
$3.99. Get them out of my garage.
We could study climate action plans with the government.
Get them out of my garage immediately is the cost. They're just the towers though, but
That's really all we need. That's my answer.
yep. So there's that, throwing that out there. Somebody would need to put windows on them, do whatever, but they were free from work. Somebody ordered too many. And then for the grant when Brian was speaking, the number was 300,000, but it's listed as 350 here. Is that a typo? Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure we weren't. Okay, I want to make sure we weren't already spending an extra 50K.
I thought I talked to him before. Thank you for checking. Fact check.
Just checking. And then I would personally be interested in specific itemized list of upgrades. When you talk about the upgrades for the back room, just curious specifically what that is.
Okay, yeah, we haven't begun to dig into it yet.
Got it. And then,
Liz and I have been talking.
yep. And I think that's all the comments I had.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. City Gate, when are they coming in? Do we have a date?
I have a meeting with them tomorrow at 2, so we'll set up a schedule and we'll get that organized for you.
Thank you. We spoke earlier today about the new program and asking again out loud for the treasurer to have access.
Right, we have Wendy, Wendy is on this meeting.
There.
There she is.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi there.
I was
Hanging
bragging about our new financial software to the mayor this morning. And she's always been curious about whether or not the treasurer would have access to at least read the software. I don't know if our municipal software is more sophisticated, I think, than QuickBooks. So it might be easier for someone like our treasurer to look at or glance at it. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are that the program is significantly more complex than QuickBooks for basic, just for all transactional processing. The point is that trying to create levels of internal control, where in QuickBooks we can go change transactions. It's nice for the ease of use, but through this new program, we have to create batches. We have to review batches. We have to post batches. It's a lot more complex, and we have to design our own reports for the most part. But what we could do for the treasurer, I'm happy to meet with her and say, what do you want to see? Create the report, and then she can go in, change dates, and see what she wants to see. I would want to put levels of security in that certain features. I just don't want somebody going in there and posting things they shouldn't be posting, and I need to have some level of control over who's doing activities within the program.
Absolutely, that was one thing I posed was to have you access. It's my understanding that you serve the city and the city treasurer serves the council. So if the council were to ask a question or have a concern about the last 3 years of whatever, I have no idea, pick a fund, that our city treasurer could do that.
You would need some assistance, not just from myself, but from Veronica. So we're transitioning over to a new program. The history for the last 15 years is still on QuickBooks. So we pull
Understood.
from there, and then we have the new program. But again, I can design reports, show her how to run them in the new program, but it is more technical in nature.
Sorry to interrupt. City Treasurer Sabathia has her hand raised in the Zoom.
Hi, welcome. Hey, Michelle.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Sorry, 1 second. Let me turn my audio off. It's echoing.
I think we need your audio on.
Yeah.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I thought I would just chime in here. I'd be happy to work offline with Wendy to see if I can get access to the new platform. I'm pretty I've worked with multiple systems. And Wendy, I believe that there might be an auditor role that I could potentially have access to, which would allow me to see the financials without actually posting anything or changing the numbers. So if that's something that we can work on together, that might be great. I know QuickBooks could be a little bit more challenging in the sense of there's only certain roles that we have sometimes, and we have to pay per role. So if we can work on the new platform together, that might be the best approach.
Sure, so let's just sum this up so that we don't, bog down the meeting. I'll work with you directly on whatever you need to see, and we can get you the reports that you need to understand what's going on within the city.
But, and if I can clarify just a wee bit more, it's not just reports that the city treasurer wants, it's reports that the city council might or might not want.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And in the whole entire budget, how much are we putting away? We have a bank account that we throw excess cash into.
We have a reserve policy, Mayor, and our reserve is right now a 1 full year of operational revenue general fund. Over $2 million.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions from other comments from Zoom?
No other raised hands, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Comments from council? Chambers? Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve a resolution amending the budget for fiscal year 22-23 as indicated to reflect higher than expected revenues, savings, and several new projects and studies to be initiated before the end of fiscal year June 30?
So moved.
May I have a second, please?
I will second that.
Thank you. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. I respectfully request a 5-minute break.
Did you set the clock, Liz? 5 minutes?
Hi, welcome back. Thank you very much for the interruption. Sorry, and we are still waiting for the city manager and our attorney, so please sit by for a moment longer. Thank you. Thank you all and welcome back again. I apologize for the interruption. We only have a few more moments left. Mayor's selection of representatives to committees, regional boards, etc. Sorry, I had to bring this back. This is a little odd this year. The last couple of years, I have not received anything from any entity asking for specific personnel to attend. So this year I have received letters and have meetings, and there's certain criteria that need to be met to be on these boards. So with LAFCO, LAFCO has the two mayors from both jurisdictions, the city of Hollister and the city of San Juan Bautista, and they get together and choose an alternate. For the past several years, Hollister has had that alternate. I had a conversation with Mayor Mia Casey from Hollister, and we have a meeting on the 24th to put forth an alternative. We have decided jointly that the next several years, 4 in your case, will be for the city of San Juan Bautista. So the primary is the mayor's by law. So I will take primary on that. And we have both supported EJ Sabathia as being the alternate, not secondary, but an alternate. So you will be attending the meeting. If you are chosen, there has to be an election. So primary would be myself, secondary would be Councilmember Morris Lopez. Alternate is Councilmember Sabathia. The distinction being, if I'm not there, you're there. He's always there. No, he's always there. If the alternate is not there, I'm not sure if the secondary takes over or not. I'll find that out on the 24th, sorry. AMBAG staying the same. COG had a meeting just recently with the new director from COG. And the primary will be Scott Friel, because he was on it last year, and there is a prerequisite to have the person who has been on it to continue in that role until such time as their term of office ends. So Scott Friel will be the primary. Councilmember Morris Lopez will be the secondary. So anytime the primary is not there, the secondary is there. Water resources stays the same. primary as myself, secondary as Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. West Nile, Councilmember Morris Lopez, Councilmember Friels as the secondary, Integrated Waste as Councilmember Freeman. But we don't have a secondary for that, so if either, we don't, oh, it's a 3-member committee. Right. If you are unable to attend though. No, thank you. Would either Integrated Waste Management, Local Task Force.
I'm willing, but I would need plenty, like a week of advance notice to schedule that around my job.
Oh, right.
Usually at 10 a.m. in the morning, I'm in Redwood City.
Excuse me, if Mayor Pro Tem
Yes.
is speaking, you can't hear him on this microphone.
I didn't have the button on. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for
Integrated
that.
Waste Management meets at 10 a.m. either Thursday or Wednesdays quarterly.
So we can find that out, and if you want to be secondary, great. If not, we'll get somebody else to. Right. Monterey Bay Unified Air Pollution Control District. This is with the city of Santa Cruz this year. CMAP, Council Member Sabathia. We do not have a secondary. It's a monthly meeting. We don't have a time or a date on this. Intergovernmental is Friels and Jordan. Parking, sorry, I didn't know what PKG was. Jordan and Sabathia. Sphere of influence, we had issue with this last month. Councilmember Friels is on it, and because of a possible conflict, City Attorney Rathi.
There was, I saw the email from the city attorney. The legal recommendation was that there was no legal cause to stay away from it, but there, you said. Your email stated that there was no legal reason to.
Did we get the 500?
Excuse me, sorry, I believe we're not picking up everyone's microphone.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, here it is, 7B. But it's in there. Oh, with this sheet. Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, let's see if it might be now. Maybe it's in my cubby. Oh, maybe. Put it in there. It was if you just want to email me one, because I don't see it. It was with it. Okay, so where did that go? Up there. And it shows it in here. Okay, sounds good.
So.
In the microphone.
Right. Providing conflict of interest advice under the Fair Political Practices Act. Or the Political Reform Act, the Fair Political Practices Commission. It is always left for the decision of the council member, the public official, to make that decision. The city attorney can provide advice. We can give you our opinion, but our opinion counts for nothing. It doesn't provide you with any protection. So we always add that. And some city attorneys don't even give advice on conflict of interest matters because of that restriction. I think that's kind of a cop out, frankly. I think you're at least entitled to our advice with the disclaimer at the end that says, this is our advice, but be advised, it doesn't really mean anything. It's up to you guys to decide. So that I just want to go on the record with that.
So these buffers, is it not from the corner, not having the house right in the middle of the sphere? Like, say for example, the new proposal, that we heard earlier, if this gets annexed in, would it not be 500 feet from this corner of my house? Right, from the edge of the property, which is over here. So it would be 500 feet this way, not just necessarily having the.
Excuse me, if City Attorney Rafi is speaking, cannot pick up his microphone.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure I understand the question. We've always just drawn the 500 foot around the property.
Okay, well, I guess that's for
I can check here if I can find an answer, a little better answer.
a later conversation. Okay, so the sphere of influence would be Friels and Morris Lopez. Who do we have from the Planning Commission? Do you recall?
Correct. DeVries and Maderos.
Thank you. Sheriff's is Friels and Jordan. Cannabis is Friels and Jordan. Investment is Sabathia and Friels. Homelessness is Morris Lopez. We don't have a second. Continuum of Care is Morris Lopez. Monterey Bay Power and Authority is Freeman and Morris Lopez. Area on Aging is Morris Lopez. I had Mayor Pro Tem Freeman on there with a question mark. Area Agency on Aging. Okay. Yeah, secondary. EDCAC is myself. Public Safety Committee is Friels and Jordan. And who from the Planning Commission?
Jose and Michelle.
Understood. That's for the public safety. And urban area water, wastewater master plan, Jordan Freeman.
Public safety is on a quarterly basis, about 4 PM on Mondays. So like the first Monday in March.
I'm giving it to Sabathia if he doesn't, if he wants to, as opposed to, sphere of influence. Sorry,
Yes.
thank you. So public safety will then be Friels and Sabathia. And then
It's on EDAP.
there's not a second to it. EdCAC. Public comment or questions, comments, concerns from the council. Mayor Pro Tem,
No, I'm fine. This is great.
you already have your backpack. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I think I was just having a side discussion with Councilmember Freeman about the West Nile virus. He would be primary and I'd be secondary.
You are primary, Friels is secondary.
For Nile virus?
Yep.
Oh, okay, because I was wanting to be secondary just because my work schedule is.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll switch Friels and Morris Lopez for West Nile.
That committee meets as needed, I believe. And it hasn't been needed in several years.
We got all this rain though. We got all the rain.
Do we have any public comment? Zoom land.
There are no raised hands, Mayor.
Chambers? Did I go through the council? Anybody else have any questions, comments, concerns? Can I have a motion? Although I'm not sure this needs it, but go ahead.
Discussion. It's an action. item.
It's under action item.
Motion to accept the appointments.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
I'll second it.
Thank you. A motion to approve the mayor's selection of representatives to committees, regional boards, et cetera, was for Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yeah.
Motion carried.
Discussion items, procedural changes due to state's termination of state of emergency due to COVID-19. City manager.
Just real quick, kind of a reminder or a heads up for the city council and the community. As the state adopted many laws, specifically related to COVID-19 and the city followed suit. One is referred to as the COVID prevention program. January 10th, the city received a normalization of that. Which is a 10-page policy that advises staff on how to protect others, staff and public from the spread of disease, all the things we're used to, washing hands, et cetera. So we need to come back and with the council's approval, adopt a new COVID prevention program that would last hopefully then forever rather than be temporary. And associated with that is we extended our leave policy for someone with COVID. We're up to 80 hours or 2 weeks. We did that back in September 20th, 2022. And we extended it through June 30th. And I presume that the council's okay leaving that to June 30th, but if not, we could end it at the end of February when the state of emergency has ended. And as the city attorney has pointed out, this is probably the last resolution we'll see allowing city council or commission members to attend Brown Act meetings from not being on site from Zoom only. Unless under special circumstances, they post the meeting at their offsite location, right back to the normal Brown Act provision. Thank you.
Essentially, yes, there are some new laws under the Brown Act that do allow remote participation by certain council members on certain circumstances. And I can give you a brief rundown on that under B on the or for I can give you a brief rundown of that right now if you'd like. You want the condensed version? I can give you a memo with a longer version, but the condensed version may suffice here. Effective January 1st, 2023, and this law extends until the end of 2025. The legislative body will hold hybrid meetings without compliance with certain procedures if one or more members, but less than a quorum.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry, if one or more members of the body, but less than a quorum have just cause for not attending in person, or they have an emergency situation. There's a limit of 2 times a year per member for just cause situations. And just cause is defined as caregiving, contagious illness, need related to physical or mental disability, or travel on business of the legislative body, not just travel, but travel on business of the legislative body. And emergency circumstances consist of, I should say, physical or family emergency, medical emergency that prevents in-person attendance. Emergency participation must be allowed by the body, and a general description of the emergency is required. For a hybrid meeting, two-way audio-visual system must be operational as is required today, in addition to the webcasting. Call-in or internet-based access options must be identified on the agenda, and if a disruption of the online meeting occurs, no further action on an agendized item is allowed until public access is restored. In future emergency situations, a member may not participate in meetings remotely for more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of the agency's regular meeting. And the Brown Act right now still has the AB 361 codification, which was put in place in response to the COVID emergency. But the COVID emergency is expected to end on February 28th, just a few days from now. Those restrictions, those emergency regulations will remain in place until January 1, 2024. But in order to invoke them, there would have to be emergency declaration by the governor. And also there would have to be a recommendation by state or local public health officials to implement social distancing. So the chances of that coming around again, hopefully, are slim. Anyway, that's a condensed version. I can give you a memo with more detail on this. It's the end result is it's more cumbersome than what we're allowed to do right now, and more restrictive. And there has to be a quorum in place here in the meeting room.
So one option would be, the other option would be to call in sick, just call in sick and not attend. Okay, thank you. Questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Been through this twice already, so no questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez?
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
No question. My only comment is hope that the state would get with the times of new technologies that are here and become more comfortable with them.
Agreed. And what about the leave policy adopted extends through June 30th? COVID ends on February 28th. Do we end that as well?
We return to council with a resolution ending it, or we can talk about that more in March. Well, it'll be the 3rd week in March, so I guess if we did nothing, that would stay in place until the 3rd week in March, till the council could take action.
Or bring it back for a resolution in March
Right.
to end it? Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Bringing it back? Cool, thank you. in March, a resolution to not extend through June 30th, but to end it as of, if approved by the council, and on March 21st.
I do have a comment.
Go ahead
I just forgot.
into the mic.
Into the mic, yes. So I don't see anything about the parklets. And I know at our last meeting on January 24th, because the state of emergency ends in 7 days, I was under the impression that we were going to bring something back tonight.
So we're bringing a resolution back in March for the March meeting.
To include the parklets as well.
A different resolution just about parking.
Yes, just about parklets. Yep.
But that would allow the parklets to stay as they are between March 1st and March 21st.
So
Whatever.
they
action-
have an extension. So,
action.
yeah. Mhm.
Anything else that we want brought back to the council at the March 21st meeting having to do with council, i.e. Having City Hall open, reducing hours of work that was extended for COVID specifically. Certain departments went to 30 hours from 20 hours.
Yes to that, and to the general opening during normal, more normal, not half day.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, I would be flexible to say we could have 4 days where they're open from 8 to 5, the counter, and maybe on Fridays leave earlier.
9, we open at 9, correct? We open at 9, correct? 9 to 5. 9 to 5.
And one, and then by appointment, right?
Right, but there is somebody present here from the hours of 9 a.m. until your hours are 9 to 5. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, go ahead, sorry.
You can
Oh,
be
yeah.
done with that one.
I'm done with that one.
For sure. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it appropriate to bring back a discussion on the issue that Mayor Pro Tem Freeman mentioned, about having focused exceptions for our franchise rule?
Oh, right, we can have a discussion item on the franchise.
That's already been noted. It's not
Okay.
COVID related.
Yeah. Any other COVID related issues? Hours of work, hours of operation.
I just have a question. Is the library now in full hours, regardless of the state of emergency ending in 7 days? Or is that another subject that we need to discuss?
No, it's in full service, despite being short, part-time staff member. And we're also working on a summer program as robust as we've had in the past. But actually, I kind of cringe when I think about reducing the lead library tech's hours at a time when we're reopening the library. So
No, we want it open.
Yeah, we want it open. And the back room or something else that was discussed earlier, not COVID related.
rec
Thank you.
coordinator.
Yes, thank you. Okay, application for urban growth boundary and sphere of influence and public safety committees.
We have, well, you want? I can talk to this one, Liz. We have opened the applications and posted the attached notice in your packet till March 2nd. We have at least 2 applications for the urban growth boundary and sphere of influence committee. And I'm not sure if we have any for public safety. Have you seen them? No, okay. So hopefully by March 2nd, we'll have some viable candidates for the council to consider.
Perfect, thank you. Next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 21st. It is 10:38. This meeting is adjourned. May I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Motion made by Council Member Morris Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Absolutely.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes, please. Thank you all very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Harrison. Nice meeting you.
Thank you. Good night.
Night.